keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. What's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of Pubg Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. Woke up your fun as we have made it finally to the last day of the group stages. And, well, of course, joining along with me today is obviously going to be Trooper. So, buddy, how are you?
I'm perfect. How are you for doing fixes today? Last day is
Amazing.
here finally, just like you said.
Yeah, I mean, because it's the last day for even bigger things to come. Because what we do have next is the semi-finals. So out of the 32 teams that we have playing amongst us, we've got 24 teams qualifying for the next round, and we're gonna take a look at the tournament explanation over here. Like we mentioned, the top 24 teams are gonna be making it to the semis, out of which only the 16 teams go on to fight in the finals. And we know there's a lot on line. The bragging rights, the lion's share prize pool of $30,000, and a slot for the PMPL.
No, I think that's the most important thing above all everything. That slot is the most precious thing coming out of the national championship over here. And all these teams have shown some great hearts out here. And the prize pool distribution as well for the $30,000 that's here on your screens. That is an added incentive, but for me, that's not inside Pro League. That is above all.
Absolutely. I mean, for me, it's a bragging rights, the chance to play in the pro league, and yeah, of course, a lot of money definitely helps. We might deny that, but we all love it. That's why we're all here. But Trooper. So the teams from groups A and B, they're pretty much done with all their matches. Just two more remaining, and C and D have got four more to play. But before that, let's take a look at the point system. I mean, the first position getting just 15 and so on reduces down to 13 and 16, basically getting nothing. So you do not really want to be there. Even if you are somehow over there, if you've got enough kills to back up, then maybe you've got a decent outing. Let's take a look at the squad rosters. We've got Group A. So XGen and I8 were not playing. Do you think today they'll be playing?
I'm very hopeful that XGen and I8 really show up because the competition is going to be really immense today. Because this is the final day, right? If you're not playing, you're going to affect on other teams as well. They might just miss out on the points they can get by killing you as well. So the important thing is that you guys show up and the lobby size remains 64 because a lot of teams are trying that catch-up work to get inside the top 24 slot.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, right now, I8 still sitting at top. They've got nothing to worry about. They've easily made it to the semis, and we all know, these points are not gonna matter. You're not gonna get any added incentives to come first in your group stages, right? So they've made their calculations. They just might want to sit this one out or maybe play. I mean, I'd love to see them play. Who would not? But then again, we've got QWERTY coming in from the third game itself from the evening. So we're gonna be starting off with Erangel and Sanhok. Those are the two maps remaining for at least Group A and B. Then we're gonna shift to C and D, where we have the remainder of the four matches being played. But the overall rankings right in front of us. So I8 and XGeneration, they did not play their last two games yesterday, and today also I do not know if they're going to be playing or not playing. But one thing for sure, both the teams have easily made it into the top 24.
Yeah, that is for sure. They're going to be playing the semifinals for sure, and let's see how they're going to end up inside the group stage. Just because if it won't affect them a lot, it would definitely affect other teams as well. Because just like
Yeah.
I said, they are points to other teams as well. So let's see how that is going to happen. But for now, the important thing for the day, the third page of the overall standing section, Mythical
Yes.
standing on hashtag 24, Team Legion on 23, Knockout on 22. Look at the points that these guys have got for themselves. Even
Look at the
FourRebels are.
difference, Trooper. Look at the difference. I mean, it's 136 to something around 109,
Yeah.
and then you've got NFPxTact at 107. So, I mean, today's gonna be a busy day, right? Because all these teams, everyone's just gonna be riling themselves down to struggle and somehow make it into the top 24. But as we take a look at the schedule, we've got Erangel Sanhok for A and B. Then again, both of them would be sitting it out. They've got no more matches to play. The final two games. Then we've got Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel to end the group stages. And finally, coming in and imagine, Trooper, it's going to be so mesmerizing. Finally, after some long hunting for the top 24 teams, here we are in the final day.
And sadly, seven teams are surely going to move out
Yeah.
of the competition today. So that is the reality that we've got to filter today, and we're going to find out who are going to be those seven teams. For now, I think it's very safe to say that Renaissance 7 might just miss out, and there are six more teams that we need to confirm who are not going to be part of the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, few teams for sure we do know who they are gonna be, right? The ones kind of struggling in the bottom half, and they kind of this ship has already sunk, I must say, because no matter how much you try in just those two games, I don't think they can do much. But then again, I mean, imagine come in and two back-to-back chickens with let's say 15 plus kills, 60 points off over there. Anything is possible, right? The best part about the battle royales, especially this, point system, is that it always keeps you dreaming, right? Even if you
Yeah.
have that one game, you're like, all right, so for me to qualify, I need to at least secure 30 points. All right, I need to go big. I need to get 15 plus kills, and the chicken dinner, it's possible. So, the game makes you believe that yes, there is always a chance if you can pull it off, and if you do, then you never know. We might see you in the semis. But I think it was a fair share of play for all these teams because this time you've got 24 matches to prove your mettle, and the teams that succeeded did go up. But somewhere down the line, I mean, Trooper, I think you would also agree with me on the same thing that I'm just gonna say, which might sound a little bit, you know, uh, how do I say it? Critical, because I really felt, the group stages were more of a I8 and a QWERTY show, right?
Yeah.
Them getting almost more than half of the chicken dinners, 8 and 7, 15 combined. So it had been their show. I mean, I love those teams, nothing taken away from them. But I want the same level of consistency being displayed by the other teams. Now, we've got freestyle that have really picked up the pace since yesterday's games, two back to back. They're also on their streak for a hat trick. So we might see a third hat trick of the NC. That is also definitely possible. But apart from that, the other teams that were sort of struggling, they've had their days, but the consistency that we were searching for, we certainly could not get.
That would come with time fixes, I think, and
Yeah.
the experience that these teams are taking away from the national championship, all these 31 teams, it's going to count somewhere or the other. The mistakes they made and the experience they gained, all of that is going to come down here. The kind of synergy that they mismatched between the teams, the communication they lack, all those factors. You got to be your judge first of all, right? So you got to judge yourself first, only then others. Others may just tell you what to do, what not to do, but at the end of the day, you got to do the homework yourself. You got to grind yourself. You got to go into the next game and do not repeat the next mistake. So that is what these rest of the teams have got to take away. And you're absolutely right. This has been an I8 and Cody show during the first week that we casted, and after the break, I believe Freestyle is showing some real good hearts over here, and I would really like to see how they go ahead and into the future.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm completely loving how Freestyle have been playing. And that being said, I think it's time to enter inside the battlegrounds with our first game of Erangel right in front of our screens. But before that, a huge shout out to our network partners, Song 4G. The only thing that you do not want when you're playing PUBG Mobile or any online game is a slow network or a network that lags. So switch your network to Song 4G and play PUBG Mobile for the best gaming experience. But Trooper, my friend,
Yeah.
the trajectory, are we looking at a certain circle?
Oh, we might just, but the sad thing, there is no I no X generation once
No,
again
no, no, no.
featured.
I do see I8. I do see I8. There are few
Oh,
different teams. Even XGeneration is with us, but a lot of teams are just playing with three players. What's wrong?
and two of the new teams have decided not to show up. What is wrong over
Ah.
here? This is not cool. This is not cool.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not cool at all. So I ain't realizing, all right, so we kind of slipped on two games. I think Team QWERTY might just catch up. So let's just enter in and create some new feats which can tend to get really difficult to achieve. So that might be the only thing. But the zone, where is it gonna form?
Well, we'll find that out. But this is really shocking to be fixed. Because on the last day of the group stage, two new teams have decided not to show up. Somehow, X Generation missed out, and I8 had their own reasons, but now they are back on the last day of the group stage. I really like the way that they're back. Freestyle is here as three-man squad today. I don't know why, but two new teams fixers have decided not to show up. I don't know how to put that in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's definitely gonna hurt. And the zone's gonna hurt even more because considering how the flight path was, the zone going up, it's sort of a hybrid circle. Somewhere down the line, we kind of feel it's gonna be towards that runes Gatka area. However, we've seen a lot of action around Pochinki. You know, a lot of circles sort of tend to go around Pochinki, eventually take a shift. So, in your opinion, where do you think the circle might just form?
Well, let's see. I would like this to go towards a big city wherever it heads later. If it goes towards Georgopur region, towards the containers, that is going to be something good. But look at that. The players from Team Legion welcoming the players from X Generation inside the lobby, and they have just got their first blood out of this game. Just 14 teams, 15 is now remaining in this game, and Legion, they have already got the first blood out here. So action already starting quite early inside the last year of the group stages over here.
And interestingly, look at how many teams are over in Pachink. So a lot of teams that do realize that they're already, qualified. They've got nothing much to do. They're just, playing their hearts out, right? Just playing to their heart's content. Try and get as many kills as possible. So I think we're sort of looking at a really fast-paced Erangel. But then again, the mighty haven't really been challenged. I8 still dropping safe, but we've got quite some teams over here. In fact, three, if I'm not wrong. So let's try to break it down. So we've got NFPxTact on one corner, just having the outer edges of Pachinki. We've got FourRebels playing around the central areas, so central quadrants being taken. Then we've got the western side to CAFX. So it's gonna be really interesting as to how they approach. But what I really love from NFP Tag is they've got one of those players on a flank angle who can actually make some difference.
Oh, yep, you can. And correct me if I'm wrong, fixes. I think Renaissance 7 have not been spotted today, so
Yeah,
they have
Renaissance and
decided
Quantum
really
Rage.
not to be the part of the.
Yeah, two different stories, Trooper. I mean, on one side we've got Quantum Rage, who's kind of qualified, so they're like they wanna take a chill pill, and Renaissance they know they cannot qualify. But either ways, we've got a push on towards FourRebels by NFP Tag. Daniel's going for it. All right, so Daniel, he's let's just try and go in. Let's see what's gonna happen. And well, King has taken quite some damage. We've got Miracle just holding that high ground compound for himself. He's got that elevation, the first floor, and Kami. See,
He's holding a very crucial angle, and let's see how the lads of Tag try to get this over here, because we know they have been trying so hard since yesterday. And now the push is on over here, and they get the first knock over here on Miracle. Miracle has been completed right away, so they get a point in the tally as well. But this is clear intentions coming in from NFPxTact. They want kills, they want to go ahead, they want to be part of the semifinals, and this is what we are here for. This is an underdog team trying really hard for to make space inside the semifinals, and I'm absolutely loving it.
Yeah, the last ditch effort you can say from NFPtact. And the way they performed yesterday, we did see them getting quite some points for themselves. They were looking so good. But somewhere down the line, I really feel it's kind of sort of too late, right? With just two last games remaining, you gotta pull off something out of this world, because right now, Asim, the angle he had, the kind of flanks covers that he was trying to create, he just got third partied, right? This time it's going to be CAFX. So NFP Tag have to deal with now two teams amidst them, and that's going to be FourRebels and CAFX. So it's going to be interesting. They're holding that down, that center might just get sandwiched any single moment.
They really might, and they got to be really cautious about it. CFX, this is also a team that is really struggling in the overall standing as well. So we might just find an interesting altercation over here. And NFP Tag, they have to be really, really cautious. They don't want to lose a player so early in the game. And I believe they were still in the last page NFP Tag, but they were holding the hashtag 25th spot. Remember yesterday, fixers, we told if you want to do something substantial, make sure you get 4 points and end of the day, at least on the third page, which they clearly missed out and got some 3 points out of the last game yesterday. So today the problem with them is they really got to maximize the number of points they can get, because after two games they got to sit out and wait and watch other teams chase what they're going to set. So that is going to be a lot of pressure. And clearly, NFP Tax have done their homework. They know the maths and they are trying to get the points out here.
They definitely are. I mean, look at Wolverine. I like his position, but I mean, I'm kind of worried about him because I see Kami in the back lines. If he decides to kind of press in, then Wolverine basically has no covers for himself. So it's going to be a really, really tough task to deal with them. But then again, you're talking about this particular fight. I don't think it's going anywhere. I can't see any sort of opening unless and until Wolverine finds a knock out of a nade, gets some two kills. We've also got Tyro. The players are going in for a rotation, and that's where NFP Tact are sort of pushed into thinking that it's one of those players maybe of CAFX. But no, that's not the case. That's a different squad altogether. And Wolverine has his undivided attention at CAFX. But considering now we can see the players of FourRebels, they're sort of retreating away with us just leaving with two squads still in contention. Everyone just waiting for the other one to make a small mistake and capitalize.
Yeah, certainly. And all these teams that are on the third page of the overall standing, that is from hashtag 17 to 24, we saw the clusters in numbers, right? Fixes from 139 to 116, I believe, on the third page in the overall standing before the start of this game. And you can see that sense of urgency in between FourRebels, in between teams like Tyro, also they're doing that early rotations around. And I really like this. They are trying to change things, get some more points for themselves, because they know they got to create some cushion for themselves as well. So there's a pressure on teams on the last page. That is a different kind of pressure. Are we going to get inside the top 24 or not? But there's pressure on teams that are on the third page as well. Are we going to slip out due to some extraordinary performance coming in from behind? So everyone sort of just trying to push themselves a little bit up ahead inside the overall standings right now.
I mean, Trooper, in this particular fight, like we were anticipating, it's a stalemate. But we
Yeah.
also do have another fight just riling up in front of us. It might be between I8 going up against NFP Sky. But take a look at how the zone has shifted. A pure hybrid circle is something that we can say for certain. We just do not know where it's headed at. But right now, the first airdrop coming in, the MK14, the weapon crafted by the devil himself. And this is an absolute shredder. But like I said, I've got a new favorite in the house. That's going to be MG3. But we do see the silence being broken as Daniel does manage to get one knock.
That is the opening that we were looking for. We all were looking for, and I'm sort of rooting with NFP Tact over here, because just for the kind of effort they were showing yesterday. Now, let's see how CFS hold them behind the lines, and another knock coming in. So now they are caught out in the open. Well, the lad is down. He really needs to get close to the wall so that he doesn't get picked switched off completely. But Daniel also taking some damage. He's very low on HP. That tragic silver, as we call it. But eventually, Daddy is pulled down over here. Joker is the last guy standing over here. And let's see how long can he just hold on to his position over here, because now Wolverine is clearly pushing on to him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Wolverine is going in for the push, and NFPxTact have done pretty well. And finally, Joker just putting up that fight, kind of crouching in at the right moment. Certainly does help his cause. But let's see if he can pull up something more bigger, because he's just going greedy. He knows his time is done. I might as well get some kills. But well.
Wow, is that going to be an escape? Yes, that is going to be an escape for Wolverine. Wow, Pixels, was that possible? I thought they were going to lose Wolverine out here. Wow. He just survives. He just refuses to go back to the lobby.
I mean, what we just saw from NFPxTact, gotta do something about it. I mean, CAFX, well, that was sort of not anticipated at all. And well, right now, Trooper, I don't know what to say out of that one. They just got demolished. And NFPxTact were kind of silent for a moment, and they just went big.
Even he was so under pressure. Even the panic button was pinned on there on Jadu, the last guy. He just could not get that final kill. He entered inside the shack. Wolverine was knocked out over here. He could have just taken a small moment and finished him and taken 1 point. But the panic over there is Thompson just went on reload. Everything that could have gone messed up for him did happen, and he just could not finish and get that 1 point for himself.
Yep, absolutely. Random 4. In the meanwhile, with just 3 players. And well, gents, we're having sort of a technical issue. I think it's gonna get resorted in any time soon. But I believe we've got a fight happening, and it's Tyrant taking down the players of one of the players of I8. So that's gonna be really interesting. But here we've got Random 4 trying to do something, but Uzim. All right, so I think we're looking at 3 squads fighting with each other, and 2 big teams. We've got Freestyle and I8. Now there you have it, Uzim and Johnny going big.
Let's see what's going to happen over here. Uzum and Johnny is already inside the fight, and Ash has been knocked down over here. So let's see how these fights are going to take off here. And Helsi holding the revive, and there's a team just lurking around. And look at that, use him, and just taking off Tyrant. They were already 3-win squad when they started the proceedings today, but they're under a lot of pressure now.
Oh, they certainly are. And well, the players of Tyro, they've made it into safe cover, and let's see. They've got a good position. Any single moment, they're gonna go big. But NFP Sky, they're just holding on towards those compounds, and we do see that slight northern shift. So as we can see, all these teams are actually going in for their rotation, and right now, just around the ruins area, we do see those 3 teams over there, right? Freestyle, they were under heavy fire, and 2 of the players have already been taken out of contention. Just 1 player, Sunny, remaining. Let's see as to what he does.
Let's see what is he actually going to do over there. But that's an interesting cluster happening, fixes between XGeneration, I8, and all these teams just towards the foothills of the world over there. Let's see what they are going to do over there. But there's a different fight that is taking place over here. I think Hash has been pulled down, and Legion is the team that is going to enjoy that kill in their carry. But multiple other teams going to fight, and as we speak, Team Sky has been eliminated from the game. So that is an elimination coming in for a good team quite early over here. And look at the players inside the flank positions from Team A. Now they won't save their teammates, but if they decide to do so, that is deciding to go full-fledged into this fight.
Yeah, of course. Now we've got the players of Team Envy. We do see Hash being taken down, so it's going to be a little troublesome for Emma to actually go there and get that rest back on him, considering the team right in front of you is Team Legion, right? Now this is one of those teams that I can certainly categorize them as unpredictable, because sometimes they really go big, and sometimes they really crap their pants in situations like this. But now, considering they're defending the compound, I think they're comfortable enough. One of the players of Envy has fallen off, and dead player. And we've seen some great plays by this particular lad, and we are expecting nothing less from him.
Yeah, surely we are. And now let's see what is going to do. Two players holding the same angle fixes. So okay, so they're clearing the tree for now, but all the three players are behind the ridge. So clearly, though, they don't have an idea where the players are, and they're trying to find out another utility on the tree, and that's a sun. Thank God.
Oh,
So,
that's stun saved. Oh,
so,
damn.
so the next shift towards the stride junction of the roads and this important compound that Dragon Force is holding up right now. So let's see three to four teams coming in from the eastern side, and they are already inside rotation. NV being one of them, and they are on the. Now it's going to be interesting on these open areas. Where are they going to decide to put the junction? Because it's going to be really, really tricky. Because this is the fourth zone, right? If you're going to hold on to the edge, people are going to use different angles to clear it out. So you need a substantial cover to stay on the edge at this point. Otherwise, you've arrived at the party too early, and you're going to regret it.
Yeah. I mean, right now I kind of like the position out of the Billy Boys, right? Because they've got that hillside area for themselves and random four. I mean, considering the position they are in, they've kind of got that central area, and the best part is they've got a compound to defend. Now, with three players, I do not know how they're gonna do that, but I kind of like their formation. Now this is where the individualistic skills are gonna be tested. So any single moment, I think they can go big, but Random Four, they are in need of some big plays. But Team Envy, the team in front of them, is sort of comfortable right now. They've qualified. We've got 12 teams still in play. But this time, this is sort of a open map, right? Enough place for the teams to breathe around. So that's definitely going to help them. As we've got Hasnat trying to spot around the players. We've got Tyro right behind them, and just beside them, beside Team Tyro, is I8. So that's one duel that I really want to see. But more than that, I want to see where the next circle shifts.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. And finally, Wolverine is taken off, and that's another Thompson that has that is the reason behind his demise over there. So Wolverine takes an exit from the game, but that is not good news for NFPxTact. They are now reduced to just two players, I believe. This is going to be really difficult for them because they lose points. Look at that. They've already got 5 points here, and the Asim is also under heavy fire from Portuguese. Momtu has got hold of him. He's trying to hide inside over there. But no, a different team, RDX Hamza, takes hold of him and puts him down.
Yeah, that's a really good one. And Portal Esports, well, they've had their fair share of good games yesterday. We did see them, playing in flying colors up until the point we did have freestyle coming in and going big. But this time, the streak that we were looking out for, I think that's gonna get broken today, right? They want a hat trick, and with just one player remaining, it's almost next to impossible to get a chicken dinner. And the best part about I8 is they've got all their players alive. They're still inside the zone, just waiting for the next shift to happen, and that's maybe when they make their move. But Legion's dead player, well, of course, get one of the skills out of FourRebels. So Portal Esports in a bit of a pickled up situation. They're gonna go in for the revives. Of course, as NFPxTact, they're going in for the push. But look at this scoop. It's not just having smokes, but it's literally on fire.
And it's Daniel who got both those knock on Portal Esports fixes. He's just playing an amazing, amazing game over here. He's the last guy remaining. Now, Portal Esports, they have an idea where Daniel is, and this is an extremely, extremely brave move coming in from him. He's going on to the wrong side of the ridge. Daniel, you've got to be really, really careful because there are going to be other teams that might just spot you in this point. And look at that. There's a team looking around. That is, I think, someone from XGeneration over there, but he's going to be under pressure. Let's see, he's got a Bison there and he's got an AKM as well. Let's see what he's going to do with it because this is a very tricky and important situation for this team of NFPxTact over here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, taking a look at this lad, he did have the cojones to push in, but the kind of a position he is now in, he is way too much, way too out in the open, right? So all he has to do is just wait for the players of Portal Esports to sort of engage in a different combat, and that's the cue, that's the moment where he shines. But he's right out in the open, but still hidden. So if someone from the back lines spots him out, he's done. But apart from then, what does he have to lose anyways? They've got 4 kills, they've got a few more, and Daniel, just being the last member surviving, he knows that it's a do or die situation. He needs those points desperately, and that's what he's fighting for. But the players of FourRebels trying to just gush in inside the zone, and well, the Billy boys are waiting for them. The smokes have been deployed. Hamza is thrown in, and he does find out anonymous. But at the same time, I believe Mom2 has spotted down the players, will just blow
Oh,
up their vehicles, does some damage, but no knocks.
there was a rotation coming in fixes from the western side, and that was very crucial for Daniel's survival. And that is went towards slightly towards the southwestern side. So now Daniel has this side of the ridge completely clear. But he's got to only deal with Port Elite over there. And if he can do that, he is going to get some really good points out of this game. And we're going to find that out if he's going to do that or not. But for now, Freestyle have been eliminated from this game, ladies and gentlemen. This is not the kind of start they were expecting for themselves. Hamza also gets picked off over there. I am sort of trying to control this entire area down towards the western side. This is the higher risk that they're controlling
Oh.
right now. They've eliminated Lost Esports as well.
I mean, what do we say them? I mean, those grenades just eliminating the opponents, taking down their own teammates. They're on fire, right? They missed out on a few games yesterday. 2 games were missed out, and they are definitely compensating for it. As Insane just drives past by Daniel. I do not know if Daniel has actually taken a few shots, but I think he might be exposed. Because Insane and Momtu, they've kind of sandwiched him just a little bit. But Crypto, he's just gonna try and retreat, try to take some cover out from the ridges, just playing around the smokes, and they're absolutely everywhere. Look at them.
The only getaway for Daniel right now is if I somehow engages Portal Esports. And look at that. And it's Daniel himself, he's engaged them. Oh, he sort of backstabbed them, but gets spotted. He should have made the pace over here. Gets the 7th position out of this game, or the 8th. But that is not what his team wanted. They wanted a bigger effort coming in from him. But I really wanted him to just hold on there patiently, and I think he's missed out on the trick over here. But let's see now what the rest of the teams are going to do. And I demolishes one more team. That is Team Legion just surviving out in the open fields, have been picked up by IA, Crypto and his lads over there. And look at that, another knock coming in for Crypto. They're making a significant impact on this lobby over here.
I mean, quite interesting choice of weapons from Crypto because haven't seen him much on Mini 14, but when he does, well, there you have it, right? He's already gotten 4 kills, and they're just having a walk in the park. 14 kills, easy peasy. 15 players alive, gonna take all of them. That's what they're intending, right? And look at the confidence being displayed as Insane. He's right in front of the lion's mouth with Grinda just watching over him. Any single moment, one good grenade can just end his run over there. As Crater does find out a sexy pistol, but it's Insane who's just gonna go greedy, knocks down Trinda and takes him down before I8 even realizes what's happening as Portal Esports having even the numbers. Now is the time where they're going to the bush.
Yeah, they really would, but at this point, I think they've decided to take the ridge now, and they're just waiting to clear out these skills that are currently struggling out in the open. There's a team inside the compound that is the Billy Boys, and they've entered the top 3 over here. Now, Portal Esports on the ridge, Billy Boys inside the compound, and I8 on the far side of the ridge, and they're going to get exposed, and Billy Boys are going to take shots on them. Otherwise, they got to deal with either one of the team. They got to dedicate themselves either towards the western side of this big mountain ridge that you're watching, and then they get cover from Billy Boys. They can engage Portal Esports only, but that gives Billy Boys the opportunity to third party if they realize it. But who's going to do what? We're going to find that out pretty shortly over here.
Yeah. All right. So now I8, they've lost out on Trinda. That's something that they would not have wanted. But still, 15 kills. I mean, these guys are just enjoying themselves, getting so many on board. And I kind of like the positioning coming in from Portal Esports. Like, imagine I8 being oblivious about Mom2's position. Just go head in onto its Nocto. And that is, I think, something that they're actually trying to do. Uzam just trying to close in, gets his car, tries to, just move a little bit ahead, still waiting for the next circle to form. And I think that's when we do see these big Goliaths locking horns against each other. But Nocto trying to press in. Let's see as to what he does. But
Oh,
Crypto, he's just pruning in, and the kind of a flank that he has taken, he might really get exposed. But look at that zone shift. I mean,
yeah.
now I8 needs to press in, but considering you've got three teams in contention, it's sort of a Mexican standoff, right? And Portal Esports, they've got that advantage of having that high ground. So what would be an apt way to really approach this is Mom to an Insane push in on the Wilson Billy Boys, Nocto just trying to provide proper cover fire, or have one of those players anchoring around. That's all I mean to say.
I want to see what IL is going to do now because technically this is a very difficult game for them now, and they're playing the fading game because they're going out in the open. This is the area they were hunting using the ridge, and there's a team just waiting on the ridge as well. So it all comes down to the amount of smokes and vehicles they have, and how are they going to move inside open fields. And they are having a decent move at this point. John is going to take some damage, but that's some fall damage, and he's eventually goes down. That one bullet from Shadow hurts him, and John is going to be picked off over here by a different team. So this is the problem I8 was stepping into. PS Total Esports on top of the ridge. Boys somehow this was a drastic shift for I8 over there, but Museum on the basis of his gun power trying to deny Total Esports that backstab. Crypto and Museum, they're under tremendous pressure, but they are big lads. They are big from the region. Let's see how they are going to handle the situation because this is not an easy thing to handle right now.
I mean,
Ooh.
Portal Esports finally getting eliminated, finally catching the dust over here. But I8, my oh my, the kind of a performance that the players are putting up. But it's the time where Billy boys are gonna shine because they've gotten the better out of Johnny, right? Now this is where they are gonna be committing in for the push. And let's see, Crypto, he's just thrown in right out in the open, and the first aid's being popped over here, and Uzim, well, any single moment. Let's see what is he up to. He's spotted out one, he's got two, he's in pursuit for even more in a 1v2 situation. 17 kills already, now has the last and final first aid. But this is where he's gonna prove his mettle. And considering how the zone has been, I mean, he's got the better of it, and all he needs to do is just be calm, be composed, and maybe just pull off a 1v4.
Can he do that? It's going to be really amazing. His nades. Oh, he's going to pick two with them. The crawling two have gone now. The other one has been directed towards Hawk. This is a 1v2 situation now. Anonymous has to commit himself outside. It's a really amazing game that I have played so far. But I'm really interested if they're going to go away with this win over here because now the lads from Billy Boys, both of them have got to leave their concrete cover and come outside. And I think Asian is using these quite early. You should just wait a little and wait for the stone to start shrinking in, and that at that point these mollies might just be a little bit more impactful. But he's under tremendous pressure right now. They're using their utilities quite well as well. This is Hawk. Remember yesterday we were so impressed with him with the Miramar game. Now he's here in the fan circle. Museum has got the first hit popped in. Just one last remaining with him. He spotted Anonymous, I feel, but let's see if Hawk or Anonymous can pick off. Hawk quickly open run out there, and Anonymous is going to trade him while Uziel tries to take down Hawk. So this is a chicken dinner that went to Billy Boys, but clearly a big effort coming in from my end. It was really a tough thing to do to get the chicken dinner after that zone shift, and Billy Boys played with their concrete cover beautifully. Two of them, I think they just overcommitted a bit, but the remaining two, Hawk and Anonymous, made sure they took home the important 15 points.
I mean, right now, the way I performed, huge ups to them. But the Belly Boys, I mean, a much needed chicken dinner. Now, this sort of propels them into that safer zone, right? To the 13th position, with just that last game remaining. Now, look at this. Now, this is what comeback is, right? Yesterday also, we did see the players getting a chicken, and today also starting the day with a chicken. I mean, that's that too on a really good note. I'm absolutely loving this. But then again, Trooper, the discussion really comes down to how explosive I8 were, right? Getting so many kills for themselves, but eventually it was just Rinda towards the very end who was trying his best, but it's fine.
I think
Something.
there was a moment in the game where they should have committed to the western side of the ridge and took Portal Esports head on head because Crypto, Museum, they have really good gun powers, right? And if they had taken Portal Esports head on head, I don't think the Billy Boys would have left their concrete cover and come out for the third party over there because but the reason that they decided not to go head on with Portal Esports and decided to go in the open spaces, they just hurt their chances. They wanted to get it on the basis of their gun game, but I think the man advantage played the part inside the final circle, which was really what Billy Boys were hoping, right? They had the 4 players inside the final circle, inside the compound. They were hoping to get the 15 points, and they have sealed their position inside the semifinals with it.
Yeah, I mean, look at Uzum, right? 7 kills, and he's completely become a monster. 1587 damage just by this one player himself. I
Wow.
mean, that is how explosive I8 have been. And had they not lost majority of their players in that final duel, I think this chicken dinner was pretty much theirs. And even now, look at the top 4 players. We've got Uzum, Johnny, Crypto, all three. But Daniel, well, in terms of damage, I think he's had a very important role to play. But how that really the final fight kind of emerged was completely on how the zone really went off. And
Yeah.
I really felt, if the last player from I8, yeah, he could have just held on just a bit longer because the zone sort of had shifted in his favor. Now, taking a look at the match summary, I mean, again, has to be an I8 show. Of course, the Billy Boys got the chicken dinner, but it was I8 that were absolutely thromping uh, this match, thromping this entire game. And now there you have it. I mean, the match summary, everything just speaks. It's Uzum all along leading the team from the front lines.
Yeah, and he used a lot of utilities as well. If Crypto used 16, I don't think Museum must be far behind. And I like the way how Trinda played this game as well. He was holding the backlines for his team. It was a completely amazing team game that I was playing over here. And on the basis of that, they have got 31 points. Even if they did not get the chicken dinner, imagine Pixels they got 31 points to them. This is an amazing, amazing display of sheer, I think, domination.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing taken away. And I think they kind of want to beat their personal record of getting the maximum kills. And 19, all right. So the last game remains in Sanhok. 20 kills. If they're getting, that's good. But freestyle, well, they went with suit for their hat trick, and they do not seem to have gotten it. But now, with the way things are, I actually love it for the Billy Boys, right? I mean, more than I8, it was the Billy Boys that needed the chicken dinner, and this is definitely sort of going to cement their position in the overall standings. And one more good game, they're done. They're good to go.
Yeah, I think already on the 13th position, that is where Billy Boys are going to find themselves. They've got a really good cushion with this 21 points that they have got for themselves. So just one decent game, and then it's all good to go. And we're going to watch Hawk and Anonymous fight it out inside the semifinals of the Pubg Mobile National Championship as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see that. Yesterday, also, even from the Billy Boys, we did see that good performance coming out from the lads. But once we head into the highlights and take a look at the Oppo moments that we have for ourselves, I mean, it was pretty much 3 teams dropping off at boot camp, but it's NFP, getting the better out of CAFX over there in that particular situation. Joker did put up quite a fight, but surprisingly, could not really finish off that one player over there. So, but then again, this entire match has been sort of an I8 domination. Every single fight, they just absolutely were taking full-heartedly. And towards the very end, few mistakes were of course made. This is where Trinda just got caught off, and Uzum kind of trying to survive till the very end. He did whatever he could.
Yeah, certainly. And this was the moment when I wanted them to take Portal Esports head on, but they decided to go in the open field instead. But this was an amazing, amazing game that YouTube was playing over here with that little bit of cover. He was in a very bad position, to be really honest, because he was getting shot. He was getting shot at, and he was getting those utilities as well propelled towards himself, and somehow surviving over there, and making sure getting 2 points. That is an amazing, amazing show of skills from Museum over there.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I8, well, 356 points. Just one more game to go, and of course, they're going to be playing in a total of 22 games, right? Because they missed 2 games yesterday. So Team Quetti has a fair chance to sort of eventually end up at being on top, and it's sort of a battle to be the best, right? These two teams want to be the best team in Pakistan. Right now, the title is, of course, held by I8, and QWERTY is one of those contenders who might just topple them over. We have seen these two teams collide multiple times, and both those teams have sort of a different style of play. But now, with that being said, I mean, let's take a look at the Billy Boys, 157 points. One more game remaining. If they can get something around like 10 points even, I think they are going to be solidifying this spot, because we still have C and D with 4 games remaining. So a
Yeah.
lot of teams would be wanting to take the climb, and that's where, the difference is definitely not too much. I mean, look at Mythical. They're sitting on that 24th spot with just 20 games played. So they'll be playing the remainder 4 games, and if they go big, you never know. I think they might be the ones who are going to be qualifying instead of someone else. So anything is possible, but I really want to take a look at that breaking point once more, right? NFPxTact, look at them at the 25th spot. They had tried, they are making it, but I don't think it's enough.
And that is the warning letter, right, for a lot of teams on the third page as well, which you can just get to Billy Boys, because they need 10 points. That clearly means that other teams need a bigger effort. Teams like Team Legion, teams like FourRebels, they're struggling right now over there on the third page as well. So all these other teams, Mavericks, GRX, if you talk about them, they're going to play those 4 matches over there, and they are going to push other teams on the in a very difficult spot. And let's see how and which are going to be the 7 teams who are going to miss out on the semifinals, because that is what we are here to watch.
Indeed, that is what I'm here to watch as well. But right now, before that, we're going to be heading for a short little break, because coming right after is the last match of Sanhok for teams from Group A and B.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro as we are heading into the final game. And how do we close off in style with Sanhok, right? And that's only going to be for teams from groups A and B because after this, we still have four more games. And that's where C and D are going to be proving their mettle. And that's when we might just see. QWERTY coming in and getting a few chickens for themselves, but I think since yesterday it has been a show about the other teams, right?
Yeah.
Teams like NFPxTact have really pulled themselves back together. We have seen the Billy Boys getting two chicken dinners. We have seen Portal Esports playing really well. Even the lads from Freestyle. But then again, Freestyle today in the first matchup, they sort of got sandwiched. Maybe I
Yeah.
think that's the only case that could have happened. But let's just head in inside Sanhok and find for ourselves who's gonna get the chicken in this one.
Yeah, the all important chicken from Sanhok. And this is the last game for groups A and group B happening here. So last opportunity for them to set a target over here, maybe propel themselves in a better spot inside the overall standings, because clearly teams like NFP Tag and others are somewhat struggling over here. Teams like CAFXSSP, they're struggling over here. So this is your last opportunity, guys. Go ahead and tell us what you can do. Even teams like Random 4, they really need a big game over here.
Yeah, they certainly do. They indeed do. And I think this
Which
time,
is
all right,
now
Quantum
Quantum
Rage is
Rage is back. Who's
okay.
the other team that is missing out?
It's always been that sort of a mystery, right? Teams playing the first. I think I do not see Renaissance. All right. So
Yeah,
Renaissance is one of those teams that's not playing, but I gotta see which is the other one. But right off the bat, we do see some action. Lost going up against NFPxTact. Again, NFPxTact going for a hot drop. Daniel has been spotted. Clutch wave, definitely taking a few shots at him, but could not connect.
yeah, and this is action coming inside from boot camp right away, and two teams dropping in. So clearly, the intentions are there from the teams. They won good points, and remember, NFP Tag, they dropped inside Puchinki for an early fight, got some kills out there, but still they are still struggling on the last phase fixes. I really like the kind of intention and determination coming in from these lads over here, but sadly for them, they are, I think, a bit too late. But look at this encounter happening here. A drop shot coming in from Payne. He's been pulled down there by Believe, and 1 point there for Lost Esports right away. Let's see how how the lads on Wolverine goes down as well. This is Clutch Wave making some serious damage onto the efforts coming in from NFP Tact, and this might just be their elimination from the PUBG Mobile National Championship Pakistan region.
I mean, I could not really get the intention behind such a drop, to be honest, Trooper, because you know that you're on the verge of elimination. You're making a really big gamble, and you've been shot right back at yourself. And with just two players remaining, I think if NFP Tact had maybe secured like 10, 15 points in this one, they could have had a slim chance of qualifying through, right? Because they were on the 25th spot, and they could have hoped is for the other teams to have played really bad, and they might have had a chance. But by the looks of it, they're pretty much done. Look at Unknown's position; he's going in for the flank, and well. I think this is the end of the line because Asim and Daniel have their undivided attention to the threat looming in front of them. They've completely disregarded that they can get flanked from behind.
This is going to be the end for NFP Tag. Sadly, it is going to be. I really like the way they wanted to change things for themselves, but you got to start quite early, guys, and you just decided a bit late. And there's one more player going down. Let's see, and that is NFP Tag going down in a single spray, and bye bye NFP Tag out of the tournament.
Yep, and now we do see the players of Freestyle trying to get their sweet revenge, but
Ooh.
Uzim says, not today, my friend, as Twind also just goes praying on towards him as Crypto. He's bleeding, he needs that rest, but Tyrant, he's creeping in, he's getting close along with Sunny. Now Uzim's position becomes so very important if he can spot a few players out, and Sunny has been spotted, of course. Tyrant does want to provide the cover fire, does have it two times, but this is where Freestyle have decided to sort of retreat just for a little bit. But look at Respect's position. He's way too far. Now, this is the moment. If he has it three times or a four times, can get really deadly from that longer range. But for the meanwhile, I think it's just I8 waiting for Crypto to get back online, and he's patched himself up. Now, they can again decide to get back inside this fight.
They certainly can. It's their choice completely. But right now, let's see. They've just lost one player here, so it's not a very big problem for them. They can just sort of regroup and get inside this fight in a better angle. I would like to feel. But the problem is they've got a good amount of open spaces around them, so they might just get flanked as well. But what is I8 going to decide? That is going to be the question for me, because clearly they have not shown that aggressive stance at this point. They're just not sure where the players are, so just they're sticking to their usual rotations. They're heading towards the barn area right now, but it's another team that is coming in from the northern side, and I think they're also moving towards the shoreline fixes. What is this happening? They're moving in the wrong direction inside the map.
I mean, well, it's the last game, right? Let's just cut some slack and let's just let some teams have fun. Do whatever you want. Just stage is all yours. But this time again, like we've mentioned, Renaissance they're missing out, and along with them, NFP Sky are the ones who are not going to be playing this one. So of course, Quantum Rage do come in for the last final game just to make sure that they make themselves safe. But the same thing is with the NFP Sky as well, right? Uh, they have also qualified, but the first airdrop coming in an AWM with an 8 times scope. Now, Trooper, my question: imagine you were in the battlegrounds right now, and you got the AWM, and you've also been gifted with an 8 times. Are you gonna change your loadout, or are you just gonna ignore?
Uh, I think I'm going to take the AWM with an 8x at any point. I'm going to drop my AK or the 7.62 ammo that I carry, and I'm going to switch it to uh, the AWM. But I'm not going to drop my M4 for sure.
You're not? All right. I mean, I kind of I'm not a big fan of the AWM in the competitive scenarios, and especially in Sanhok, it kind of gets really tricky because had I been a very good sniper, like an out of the world sniper, then I might have gone for it. But I know I'm pretty bad at that,
But
so
I think
I'm.
because the reason only I like this weapon is it gives you a lot of space to work around in the bag as well. You can work around with a lot of utilities. You can work around with a lot of meds as well. And in Sanok, we know what you can do with a lot of meds towards the end, right? So those are important points for you. So just and whenever there's a sound of AWM inside the vicinity, the opponent sort of doesn't decide to peek as well multiple times. So that gives you a cover for your team as well.
It does. I mean, I agree with your point. But then again, in Sanhok, considering the fact you've got so many lying snakes around, and you've got to be very precise, like we've always mentioned, right? It's a gun with high risk and high rewards, but we do have lost. All right, so they started off really well. They were good yesterday as well, if you remember. I mean, those sort of really ballsy rotations coming out from the players, and unknown was in the thick and thin of everything. So he's gonna try and give in his best, but now they're just trying to close in onto it. Styro, look at unknown just creeping at them. We've got well 420 finally being spotted off, and unknown's gonna make no mistake in taking him down. Now for the other players of Tyro to come in and go for the revive, they've got to commit too much. Now unknown's happy with that one knock that he's gotten. He does not know where the other players are, so he's just going in for a swap in his positions over here, but way too much in the open, and he might get knocked out. But no, it's random four out of nowhere who comes in and gets another one on Tyro.
Wow. So Tyro on top, and generally on top, when you are holding a ridge, you're sort of in an advantage situation. But here, it's a completely different story. I can see Quantum Rage in the backdrops as well. They've lost a player. So multiple teams engaged inside this fight happening around the ridges around the boot camp right now. Let's see how the things are going to take place. Harry is going to get the revive, but I think it's going to be. Okay. He's got the revive already. 420. He's already got the revive.
He certainly has, and now Harry is back on his toes, and now they have to play the protection game, right? They've got that king of the hill spot for themselves. All they have to do is just thwart off any undue threats coming at them. So let's see what they're up to. But in the meanwhile, we do see Daddy taking down Wolf over here. So even CAFX going big in that particular situation. So Wolf having fallen off, Clutch Waves going in for the revive. But I believe the players of Lost have also managed to knock down one of those players, making sure that, well, the players of CAFX did not really push at them.
Yeah, and it's a completely different sort of a game that we are witnessing over here, right? The teams, those are sort of inside the comfort zone, are playing their natural competitive instinct game that just the way they want to. Teams like Freestyle, teams like IA, they're playing their natural game. Even a team like I would say Portal Esports is playing it quite chill, but other teams who want to change their fate out in this last game, they're already finding themselves around those river tri-junction area. They're trying to hold on to the center. They're trying to get inside fights and like dominate them and get some important points out of them. But what are the lads of Rand for Rebels doing there? I just want to figure that out.
Me too. I mean, what is their intention? But elsewhere, we've got the players of I8. All right, Respect has been spotted. Crypto is trying to go in for the shots. Respect has taken down Trinda. He is definitely eyeing out for a few more frags, definitely having that advantageous situation. And Freestyle, they were just waiting for I8, who apparently are in a whole world of trouble. And that's some really nice outplay coming out from them. And Johnny is just trying to revive his teammates, but Sunny not really having the best of HPs, but that's not going to leave him unfazed at all. Respect is finally committing in for the push. Trinder has gotten that revive. I hope he does have enough meds on him to thwart off this push coming in. And Respect is going in for the flanks. I believe Johnny has spotted him out, but he's taken quite some damage. A perfect crossfire being set up by the players of Freestyle over here. Trinda just out in the open. Johnny is looking at the other player, and Respect comes in from behind. And well, it's Trinda and Respect in a sort of a 1v1 situation, because the other players are sort of kind of repositioning themselves. And Respect, he's just waiting it out. He's just being very patient, but there you have it, that crispy shot being connected, and I8 have been eliminated.
That is what Thompson can do in the mid range for you. You got two of them so beautifully out there, and that is an amazing sight to see. Freestyle eliminating IA. It's going to do their confidence a hell lot of good over here, and let's see how they're going to carry it inside the semifinals. This is a rivalry that's picking up right now, and I'm really excited how this is going to shape inside the upcoming days of this national championship, and even in other tournaments as well. Because we're going to keep a close eye on them.
Oh, we certainly are. We 100%. I mean, this is the sort of a rivalry that we want to be built up, right? X generation. In the meanwhile, the last player, Thug, surviving, having that sticky finger moment, not really getting the results that he wants. But now, Adil, he's just stepped out of his compound. It's just that one grenade he needs to deliver in perfection. But by the looks of things, even lost, the boys are in a bit of a situation over there. And Thug does not have any sort of meds, any sort of bandages, nothing at all. So he's got to play with that 30, 40% HP that he has. And finally, the Molotov being thrown, but well, will miss by some meters.
That's not not a really good loot or for the players of X Generation, right? No meds. Even he does not have an extended on his Thompson as well. So, and if you go for that peak, which is was that a nade? Oh, that was a smoke. So Zug survives for now, but the push is on here. Badil going to make that push with an AKM. Just one or two ammo is going to be enough for the HP that he is holding right now, and that there it is. The elimination coming in from that AKM of Adil's over there, and X Generation are out of the last game over here. And look at the third party shots coming in that direction over there.
Yeah, I mean, so much happening around, and this is something that we anticipate in those final few days, right? Now everyone sort of wants to at least go away with their heads held high, and that is exactly what they're trying to do. We've got Weekend from Quantum Rage, just trying to peek around in pursuit of finding someone. And he knows that he's just not the only one. His team is not the only one just lurking around. We've got the zone being formed for us, so it's somewhere going to be around that ruins area. So I believe the players of Random 4 again have a really good spot, just holding off that important junction. Their only purpose is to just kind of keep the other teams at bay, not let them enter in. And Miracle, he's knocked down Hawk. And yesterday, if you remember, we did see some splendid stellar performances by the players of the Billy Boys, especially the way Hawk was playing. But right now, Anonymous, he's got to do a lot of job to make sure his team is still alive.
That really is a task at his hand, and let's see. FourRebels applying pressure now. A little while earlier, we were talking about what they are doing, but clearly now they know what they are doing, and they are trying to dominate over Billy Boys over here. And you made it quite simple for Billy Boys, right? They need 10 points out of this game, and clearly which they haven't got so far. So it's going to be a really difficult situation. How can they win it out of the game? Hawk somehow is bleeding out, and he's going to be the next one. But can Anonymous pick up a few points over here? That is going to be the key. And there's the blue zone that is coming in from behind the back of Anonymous as well. So this is not looking good for the team of FourRebels.
Definitely not looking good, and there you have it. Hamza will get that final kill, but Anonymous, he's got to do something about it. It's still the third zone, so he can stay outside just for a little bit longer. But if he does not have enough first hits, he's basically done. But despite that fact, he's getting a lot of kills for himself. In fact, has secured two. And just spraying down onto which the fool's great. I mean, I've made such mistakes even in the past, but Anonymous, how do you think is he going to enter inside the safe zone? Considering FourRebels are not going to let that happen.
It's going to be very difficult for him. I think he had a compound quite close to him. So first of all, he really needs to get inside that compound and then maybe figure out the options that he has around him. But Anonymous, oh, he's taken up a kill over there. Kami, I think he's eliminated one of the lads, and that is a big long distance shot coming in from Anonymous over there.
Yep. Right now, random four Slay. He does have that low ground for himself, but then again, the advantage is that Tyro isn't inside the zone. So Tyro needs to make that movement. They need to do it quick. It's going to be so difficult. But Team Envy finally spotting out the players of freestyle around Painan, I believe, and they'll have no qualms in finishing them off. We'll of course get that revive onto its KSF as lost this time. They are going in for the push inside the circle, just 135 meters inside, and they're going to be safe. They're going to be happy. But how's that going to happen when you've got a team like Portal Esports that might spot you any single moment?
And this is the last time freestyle has been eliminated inside group stages, right? I had eliminated all these teams, so the remaining teams have sort of got an opportunity because now I had freestyle out of the equation. One of these teams is going to get the all important 15 points for them. Why not CAFXSSP? They can make a hard effort over here. Why I need a team coming in from the fourth page, getting some good points over there, and this is what NFPxTact would regret at this point. If they just played the waiting game, just like your set fixers, they would have been part of this lobby right now. And the kind of intent they were showing, they could have clearly, easily got those important 12 to 15 points they were looking for.
Oh yeah, they could have had they not taken that boot camp plunge, and I really wanted to see that because this entire matchup was, I think, sort of built up for them, right? It was perfectly curated. But right now we've got the players of Tyro just kind of riddling down bullets onto its the players of Envy, as Monto is the one who's going to find that knock onto its Emil. So Envy sort of managed to escape from one situation just to land themselves in an even worse scenario. As insane, he's just mowing down them all solo, all by his lones. I mean, that doesn't need any sort of assistance to pull off something like that. And as we're speaking, we've got Lost Esports out from this game as well.
Yeah, and we eliminated Lost Esports eliminated quite early. Just 8 teams remaining now. So Lost Esports also needed some points. They missed out the trick over here. But as you mentioned, just one fight, just a few minutes ago, they were in a different fight and they were looking so promising. And now, just a few seconds later, they have been demolished completely. I think those abilities were used beautifully. But look at this. They've been spotted out in the open. Random force spotting CF lads trying to cross the river. There's just one of the lad on land towards the left hand side. I think he really needs to give his teammates some cover out there.
Oh, he certainly has to. But right now, Random 4, I mean, in terms of survival, they've been good. Right now, as it's the last and final game before we call it an off for the teams from groups A and B, everyone sort of wants their hands on that chicken and Tyro. I mean, they've been in the thick and thin right from the very start. Dealing with a lot of fights, still managing to keep all their four players alive, which is an achievement itself. Now, this time they're gonna be trying to push on towards the players of FourRebels, and even Random 4. They're present right in front of them. So those nades being cooked, and if they could have managed to secure that knock onto its Slay, they certainly could have committed it for the push. But Ares position is also something that we need to look out for. But Tyro, I think they do want to get inside the circle, and considering the fact that we do have a few players of Portal making that movement, Zen just unnecessarily firing a few bullets on that little compound, just giving away his position at a very important situation.
Yeah, certainly. That was not really called for. And Portal Esports now have a cool clue. And look at that. On the basis of that, Zion is sort of in a difficult situation as Insane is sort of closing in on his angles over there. And he really needs to get inside the zone over there. But now, Hasnat creating pressure on the boundaries over here on this fifth closing circle right now. It's going to create a lot of commotion towards this edge of the zone as Random 4 have been here for quite some time. Now, the lads of CFSSP have been eliminated. I can see the lads of Quantum Rage in the backdrop as well. And now the NF4 has got to leave this compound and enter this open space. And they have been taking quite a few shots. And multiple teams around the vicinity, this is going to be a tricky situation for them as well. And they really would be hoping, to make a space inside the zone at this point.
They certainly would be wanting to do so, but well, considering how things are, we've got Insane. He's just holding on to it himself. He knows that they've got to just push in a little bit further. But considering the fact that we've got Zen over there, if he finds that one good grenade, I think things could have ended. But Zen really not making any movements for his own teammate. Now that's something that's not acceptable. But his position finally getting compromised, a lot of movement restriction, and he's ought to be punished by Insane, who indeed wanted to go greedy, but has been knocked out by Ahmed over here.
And now Ahmed is trying to close in to get the kill over there. So Nocto trying to give some cover. Let's see what's going to happen. Information must have been relayed by Insane over there. That's a nade coming in towards the side, and that's quite a lot of damage from that nade over here. Nocto realizes that, and he's now pushing on to Ahmed over here. Ahmed somehow confirms his earlier kill, and he is going to take this 1-1. But Nocto goes around the rock and finishes him off with that big MG3 over there.
I believe in that gun. I definitely do. But the Billy Boys, they've done a really good job at surviving, making it so far. And even Team Legion, they're doing a pretty decent, just wiping out Rage. Of course, they would want to end things on a good note, have for all four of their players alive. And this is the moment where they start racking up those kills. Now, Nocto, he's going to get as many first aids as possible. But Anonymous, he desperately needs one. With Legion making such a push, I do not know how on earth is Anonymous going to survive. He's still hiding beneath those shades over there and has spotted out dead player. Will get that knock. Will have to secure the kill. And the Billy Boys, they're actually doing it, Trooper.
Yeah, the Believers are actually doing it. Look at Anonymous inside the top four. He's certainly got the 8 positioning points and the kills are 5. So the benchmark that you set fixes for Billy Boys, they have certainly cleared it. 13 points out of this game. They are through. I feel now it's safe to say they are going to be part of the semifinals. If they miss out from here, teams from Group
The-
C and Group D who are behind them have to do a really good job.
Yeah, they certainly have to. Now, I kind of love how the Billy Boys have transitioned, in that one little week because he's not just getting one, he's getting a lot more done. And Thor, he's not even looking at Anonymous. And that one little slight miscalculation might just result in him getting knocked out. But Portal Esports is knocked though. He's got that higher ground. If he can spot out Thor right out in the open, that will be dangerous. But again, it's my boy Anonymous completely living up to his name, just taking down the players of Legion one after the other.
And the information is there for Fizz over there. Let's see how he's going to control him. But that shot's coming in. But now he eventually falls down. But I think Nocto is holding the higher ground. He's creating some trouble for other players as well in the vicinity. This is going to be a really difficult walk for Legion. Even Legion are on the third page and behind. They're definitely behind Billy Boys over there, so they need these points more desperately. Even Random Four need these points so desperately, and both these teams inside the final circle fighting to get some important points for their team. Portal Esports definitely they're going through, they're cruising inside the semifinals, but both these two teams they are really got to put in a big effort to get those 15 points out of this game, and they have made sure to get maximum players inside the final circle. 3 versus 3 is going to be the scenario if they get rid of Nocto somehow.
Yeah, but considering Nocto's gonna get inside the zone, it's gonna be a tough call. Maybe can rely for a healing battle. But I think if you talk about the momentum, I believe the players of Random 4, they're looking really sharp. They've gotten that slight little edge over Team Legion because they've been looking rather very shaky. But Hasnat, he's just waiting for the players to peek out. But Nocto is he's not going to back off without a fight, right? Fizz has his undivided attention on towards him. Will make no mistake in taking him down. Now we've got the last two teams remaining. That's going to be Random 4 going up against Legion.
Yep, random four going against Legion over here. This is a fair 3v3 fight. Let's see who's going to get that extra position going inside and just really watch the matches, right? That is the pain. But look at this dog coming in, and wow, Kevlar instantly takes those kills away. And what a chicken dinner coming in here. That was an amazing, amazing final second fight. And I thought that's going to last a little bit longer. But Legion, they made sure to take it away. Important 15 points in the last encounter in the group stages for Team Legion. 20 points they get in the overall. That is going to give them a big, big, big cushion over there.
It certainly is. I mean, the way they've played right now, they were really patient. I think they were the only team that was actually taking the final game really seriously. I mean, they were completely silent, and we do not see that quite often in Sanhok, right? We do see teams, trying to go in for the kills, wait it out. They were completely patient. They were completely shrouded, and once they knew that this was the moment, this is the time when we need to shine. And yeah, Random 4, I kind of felt they were a little clumsy in those final few situations. I really felt a bit of a more spread could have helped them out, but it is what it is. And Team Legion, I mean, is by the skin of their teeth, considering how they were being hammered down by Anonymous and the Billy Boys. I mean, if you talk about the underrated teams, the underdogs, they've been my favorites. I've always been talking about them. But the
Yeah.
MVP this time, it's gonna be Error from Random 4.
Yeah, they played a really nice game. The lads from Random Four making it to the final circle as well. So I think they missed out on the chicken, but really they do not need to be worried about before the start of this game as well. They were on the 17th spot. They had some decent amount of numbers in their tally, and now they've got some good amount from this game as well. They're going to be definitely ahead of Legion inside the overall standing by the end of this game and inside the group stages as well. So they just got to hope that both these teams make it to the semifinals. If Legion makes it to the semifinal, Random Four is all automatically over there.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly are. And I really want to see, in terms of overall standings, where do all these teams stand?
Yeah.
And right now, moving on with things, you've got Anonymous. I like it. I like this player being over here. And I really want to see what more they have to offer.
It's going to be an amazing thing what they are going to do inside the future. But this is a huge learning curve for them. But at this point, I think it would be safe to say that this tournament is over for three teams from Group A and Group C. That is Renaissance 7, CAFXSSP, and NFP. These teams, even after playing all the games inside the last phase still. So it's going to be curtains for them. But look at that. Once again, Museum using the 7 utilities and making it to the most utilities used. This is Sanhok for you guys. And this only happens in Sanhok.
I mean, huh. All right. So how, I did not really know how to contemplate what really happened. It was way too chaotic. We did see action throughout, right? There was not a lot of times when it was those still moments for us. But the way the teams have played in, I mean, I not really having the best of the starts in this particular game. And
Yes.
freestyle, they were just waiting for them. I mean, this sort of must have sparked that little bit of rivalry, and we're gonna see more out of them in the semi-finals. Because now, for the viewers that do not know, all these 24 teams are gonna be divided into three groups of 8 teams each per group. So if freestyle and I8 fall in the same group, we are in for a treat. We are in for some amazing action, and we love those little bit of friendly rivalries, right? Off the game, you might be friends, but once you're in the battleground, your only friends are your teammates, right? The only persons you can help is your teammates. But right now, ladies and gents, let's take a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments, and well, I mean, this is where freestyle, we're just waiting. We're waiting for IA to come in because this all comes down to good research, right? I have seen all the VODs of I8. I know where they're gonna rotate from, which are the places they like, and let's just hold that position. And that is pretty much it. They do not have to break a sweat in taking them down.
That only comes with if you do the homework correctly, right? And that is clearly what three star have been doing, and that is why they're getting some good results after the break. So they've utilized the break completely well, and now it comes down to how they're going to use those utilities, use those informations inside the semi-final stage as well. And as you said, Fixers, if they fall into the same group with I8, it's going to be some interesting games that we are heading to.
Indeed, we are. But let's take a look at the overall rankings. Now, this is something that I've been waiting for because I really want to see which are those teams, who sort of cemented their position. And, in a few moments, we, of course, are going to have it in front of our screens anytime soon. Now, there you have it. I mean, I still holding that first spot, 357 points. That's where they're going to be ending their group stage journey, being on top. But yeah, of course, QWERTY, by the looks of it, in 4 games, they can easily topple them over. We are looking at a few chicken dinner games. But Random 4, they're safe. We've got the Billy Boys completely safe now. At the 9th spot, I barely think anyone can
Nah.
take them over. Uh, they do not have to fear.
No, they're not getting toppled over for sure, for definitely. And teams like Death Squad, they're going to now try and get some points for themselves. It's official. TMW Esports, Knockout, Mythical. So already they are already inside the top 24, right? So let's see if they can get overthrown by the teams on the fourth page. They are definitely going to give some good games over here. But now we're going to find out who are the teams who actually get eliminated after the 24 matches. So these are the teams: Renaissance 7, CAFXSSP, and NFPxTact, whose journey inside the PUBG Mobile National Championship is over.
Yeah, I mean, for a few teams, it indeed is. But then again, you've got the PMCOs, right? We've got tournaments stacked up for you guys. The officials have made sure that there's not even a week where you go off without watching a tournament. And yes, you do have a chance to play. And I believe the in-game qualifiers are even on. So, those teams that could not make it this time, there's always another tournament coming up. But yeah, that being said, right now we're finally done with all the games of teams from groups A and B. Now we'll be heading for a shorter break because coming right after our team from C and D.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4J, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get diddle.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. As we're done with all the games from Groups A and B, now time to head into Group C and D. And Trooper, let's take a look at the squad rosters.
Yeah, the squad rosters are here. Knockout, Mythical. The ES official is the team that we're going to be watching out for. And a lot of teams are going to be under the radar fixtures, and we're going to see what they're going to do. ELM Esports is going to be one of them. So let's see what they're going to do. But clearly, Kuwadi have the chance to go with this entire group stage. There was a race running between them and I8, and I think I8 not playing two games have clearly shown the way to Kuwadi to go with the trophy over here. Not the trophy for the national championship, but the group stages.
Yeah, of course. I mean, right now, a lot of teams definitely need to figure themselves out as to how they're going to perform because last 4 games remaining, so they have to go big. And yes, we've been talking about Quality, certainly a team that is going to qualify no matter what. But in some moments we'll get the match going online. So let's just head inside the battlegrounds, and as we can see, we've got to give a huge shout out to our network sponsors. That's going to be Zong 4G for making sure that all the players do have that perfect latency going on because it really matters. Those small little clutch situations, you need to ensure that you do not have any ping spikes. So if you haven't really checked them out, they've got some special curated packages for all you PUBG Mobile players. So don't forget to see that. But right now, Trooper, tell me, walk me through this trajectory and how the zone might get formed.
Yeah, let's see from Dubrovka to Zurki. That is the flight trajectory over here. You snap Uliana into the equation. A lot of teams going towards the military area, so I think fixes it's going to be wonderful if we get an Eastern Shore circle, in this game. Just really got to see if that's going to happen or not. But clearly, there are no teams heading towards Sosnovka military base at this point. GRX is also just sort of lurking around the areas of Malta, and we have a circle with Novo Repnoy, Novo Bridge, Farm Shelter, and a bit of a Eastern Shore a part of it.
Yep, and right now, okay, so this is a circle that I can absolutely love because I do have that lumberjack hills, but then again, this is another one of those circles where you have QWERTY having such a good time, right?
Yeah.
Now you are handing the best team in the lobby, the best zone that they can ask for. And you know what happens when they get that? But we do have some early collisions happening over Team Eliminate. Uh, just beside them, we've got a squad dropping over, and they've managed to get one player knocked out. But Egoist just gonna retreat. I think there was just this one evening when Egoist was absolutely on fire. I've got to see if he can pull off something like this. So we do know that he's got the potential. Now going up against GRX, this is one of those teams that has changed their drop locations every single time they've come into the battlegrounds. We've seen them going towards Novo. Now we're looking at them going towards the southern side of Farms. But I think they're gonna get their player online back, getting him resurrected, and there you have it, back in action.
So the revive is there. It's just, they are also having a really tough time, to be honest, GRX Esports. And they were really looking good at the start of the group stages, but now they are under the radar. They really need to get some good games going in their favor so that they can be part of the semifinals. And the good thing for them, the only thing right now is that they have the target in front of them. You really got to be around that 140, 150 marker, and that I believe is going to be the deadline for a lot of teams over here. So we know already that three teams aren't going to be a part of it. But GRX has got to make sure that they beat other four so that they are not one of the 17 who are not going to be part of the semifinals.
So I mean, another update for our viewers. So we've got Mavs not playing, and well, Raindrops. We do know that they've been disqualified, right? And for using unfair means. So again, talking about Mavs, I think they've sort of given up on this tournament because they do know no matter how much they're gonna try, they're not gonna have a chance to qualify, right? So completely just giving up, maybe trying for the PMCO this time. Now, okay, so this is where GRX are back to their own desired drop location. Now they're gonna be looting off in Novorep, but considering the fact, Trooper, that they barely have 20 seconds before the first circle kicks in, it's gonna be a bit dicey for them. But I'm kind of keen to see what or how much loot they can get for themselves, because Killer, he's pretty much got nothing on him.
Well, it's going to be a tricky affair, to be really honest. They got to somehow stay out in the blue zone, maybe, but for that, even you need meds, right? And that is a risk that I think these lads are going to take at this point and maybe go towards Nova Reply because it's a very high loot area. But let's see what they are going to do or not. But for now, other teams inside the lobby, they are loading up random four. I think random four just played their matches inside the last matches over here. But Mythical, on the other hand, is looting up this area just towards the southern part of the Minta region, and now they're going to head towards their orientation.
Oh, they certainly are. And I'm gonna see, because Mythical, they've got that swords hanging over their heads, and I think this is one of the teams that desperately needs to, get enough points today. So they're gonna be playing all their matches completely in a serious mode, because they know how important it's gonna be. But their squad lurking right beside them, and Tony, any single moment, he can spot him down. So it's gonna be crucial as to how he's gonna perform. But we also do see the players of QWERTY making that rotation in, and four times on an M249. I mean, we've seen some professional players do that. I really want to see how Tony does that.
Well, that's a really difficult thing to pull off, and let's see if he's going to do that or not here. But that squad, they're sort of very close to that area where we saw Mythical looting up right now, and the rotation was headed from this area as well. Uh, so let's see how all these teams are going to handle all these rotations coming in because clearly this area is going to be a very crucial spot, and that is why you can see Exotic sort of parking his buggy inside the squad house, and there's another buggy as well because zone is over these areas as well, and it's a very, very important strategical squad house that these guys are holding up right now.
Indeed, it's gonna be really important. But now, I mean, Death Squad kind of having that lower ground just above the Lumberjack Hills. I do not know if this position is a really good stronghold. I mean, if the circle shifts in your favor, fine. I kind of like this compound. But then again, teams having that upper area, you even got that wizard tower over there that can certainly cause you a lot of problems. So, Death Squad, I mean, they're kind of in a. Again, this is another of the teams that are in the kind of a risky zone. I think one good game might just ensure themselves coming back right in. Now, Red, we did see some stellar performance from these lads yesterday, and I think it was DS who's been shining all along for this team. So I gotta see as to how he's gonna perform. And we've always been, advocates of saying this particular fact that one player can win you fights, but he's not gonna win you tournaments. So I really want to see what Denver Professor and Sergio also have to offer, as we do see the man himself making his rotation in. It's going to be a far, far way from the zone, just heading in from the Everest area, getting inside the circle. They might be just hoping for one little thing that, God help us, let's not get caught in any kind of fights while rotating.
Certainly, certainly, that is going to be in the back of their minds. And this team fixes ELM Esports right now. These lads are under a lot of pressure, still lurking around uh, on that hashtag 24 mark. They can certainly make it. That is a possibility for them, but they maybe need to make sure that they do not get overtaken by anyone else. They are currently, I believe, on the 25th spot, maybe, and 25th, 27th, around that marker, and they really need some extra points out there.
They certainly do. And now, team eliminate. So we've got Vision and Swagger just holding the kind of area for themselves. And right now, team Mythic, well, they kind of are in a situation. They've got all their players alive, and let's see as to what they're up to right now. Now, not esports. Well, they've performed really well yesterday, I must say, but today they certainly can do even better. Now, talking about Team Eliminate, you've got Swagger, who's just holding that farm area for themselves. Now, Eliminate is one of those teams that they drop off at Milta, so not going to have a lot of trouble rotating around. But there we see that shift. Now, this is going to give enough time for the players of GRX to collect as much loot as possible. But so many teams, they're kind of in a spot where they're rotating from the western side, so we're going to witness a lot of fights over there. And we've been talking a lot about Team Quetti. We certainly have kind of ruled out that Team Bablu is also with us. Now, Team Bablu is again one of those teams that has really picked up the pace, and ever since Khan 420 has been there, we've seen some amazing nades coming in by Teen Wolf and the Team Bablu. The way they had come in inside this tournament, initially they were looking shaky. They had a few chicken dinners, but after that late mid phase, they have gotten a lot for themselves going in.
This is the area we were looking out for fixes, right? And look at oh, look at Team Query now. This is a very important cubicle compound the Team Query is holding up right now. We have already seen multiple teams very close to this area where they are currently holding up, and look at that, not very far off there. There's a team just lurking around towards the western edge of the eastern edge of the city of Milta as well. So they're going to get this opportunity to hurt a lot of rotations, and they're going to get a lot of open landscape that they're going to control from this position right now. Car on your screen with an M4 3X trying to just scout the area where the team is holding up right now. So we'll see what sort of an impact they would be able to make over here, because clearly there's a lot of time still remaining in this game. The second circle has just started closing in, and at this point, holding a strategical point like this is really going to help their cause a lot.
Yeah, it certainly will. But right now, Des, gonna see Khan, Myth, Hasni, and Rafe. Four of these players. I mean, Des have again. No, this is one of those teams that's kind of looming around those mid areas in the standings, and they aren't really threatened. But I think they can also do better. Now, we've seen a lot out of Khan from Des, right? We've seen those impeccable clutches that he tends to pull off. Now, we know. I mean, the Khan name itself is one of those biggest names. We've seen so many big Khans performing, and well, he's nowhere far behind. Now, Rafe, I believe, he spotted off Egoist from Team Eliminate, who's taken some damage, but I think he's going to just patch himself up.
Yeah, he is going to do that, and let's see how he is going to go ahead inside the game. But look at the number of teams now trying to hold on silently to the center. It's just the silence before the storm. I feel fixes a few rotations facing up over there. Unpredictables are here. So they've got three chicken dinners already inside the group stages as well. So let's see what sort of confidence this team is going to carry forward inside the semifinals as well.
I mean, that's going to be so important right now. But taking a look at Professor, he's just proned in, now waiting for the players of Unpredictable to make any kind of movement. But Unpredictable is also pulling off a really good show yesterday. So with a lot hanging around their necks, they're gonna pull off something big. So teams from C and D, a lot of them have a chance into qualifying. So we're sort of expecting that kind of a serious gameplay, which we're actually getting. Something that we could not see in those first two matches. It was again, just teams knowing that either they've qualified, either they haven't. Right? There was nothing in between. Few of the teams they had to make it, and I think they've done justice to that, especially the Billy Boys, the way they played out, and I think they've sort of ensured their spot in the semis. But GRX, it's going to be an important game for them. They've taken control over this petrol pump area, but now Impulse is trying to, take that third person perspective, just spotting out any looming threats around him. But for now, I think they're doing good. They're doing fine, and they haven't really gotten on the kill bots, but I'm pretty sure they will do eventually once they start spotting out opponents, once the zone starts closing in.
For GRX, it's a simple equation, right? You need to get at least double digits out of each and every single game, and if it's a
Yep.
20, it's helping your cause. Otherwise, if you're ending any game out of the four inside a single digit, you are going to get eliminated. The maths is very simple for them. They really need big numbers.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you do need the numbers, but Swagger and Team Eliminate. Well, let's see how they perform. Again, a standstill is what we're witnessing. Just few shots being taken here and there, but no retaliation shots from Team Eliminate. Not really taking unnecessary fights, because what really happens is you sort of are diluting your helmet, right? It's taking a lot of damage. You've got to constantly heal yourself back up, and what are you getting out of it? Nothing, right? You're just giving your opponent to constantly just chip in, and once you're out of meds, you're done. Because the way how the zone really rotates, it's pretty quick, and it kind of gets really tedious for the teams to go in for a loot like for 10-15 minutes of the match. Then you have enough loot, then play. It's basically 2 minutes of looting, and the remainder just goes into playing. So now a lot of teams have actually clustered up, and the boys of knockout are just under heavy gunfire.
Yeah, a lot of gunfire is directed right towards them. But look at this rotation coming in, this big rotation coming in from Khan and his teammates out here. He's just decided to settle down on the edge on the northern side. So that clearly tells you the idea of how Cody is looking to approach the circle right now. With multiple teams holding these important, crucial compounds at this point of the circle right now, when at this point of the game, when the fourth circle is just about to show up, it's going to get really interesting. But look at that, Bablu Zabian creates an opening with the nade with a team that is lurking around quite close to him. That is not Esports. Zamin getting killed off. He was a really, really handy play yesterday for his squad. We saw him getting back to back a good position inside the top four players as well. He was an MVP in one of the games.
Yeah, and we know he's capable of even much more. But right now, Red, they were indeed engaging against Eliminate. But just to realize that we've got another team behind us, and now Dead Squad is making sure that DS gets those little kills, and those 1 point. It's definitely going to help their cause in the longer run, right? Now Ripper has been knocked down, but no push on towards him. Now everyone has sort of settle themselves in any kind of covers, any kind of compounds that they can find inside the zone. But we still are looking at not even a single team eliminated at the 16-minute mark. So has sort of been a slow start, but I think it's gonna get really feisty once we have the fifth zone forming, because that's where we see that hard shift, and that's where we see teams trying to push in for fights to control over certain areas. But for now, it's all just a stalemate going on, from the far off race. Just apply enough damage, just pepper down a few bullets. But players that really need to make sure that they make optimal use of the ammunition that they have, right? You do not have unlimited ammo, and it gets very difficult to loot right now. But finally, we are seeing some knocks happening around the lobby, but not esports. Let's see what can they pull off this time.
Yeah, and with the way these people have sort of held up the compounds right in the center, I feel like there's a big push coming on either of these compounds, because there's a lot of teams those are lurking around towards the western side. Even Khan and his teammates are one of them. And look at that, they have sort of created an opening on right over here on our screen, that they are lurking around on open ridges. So that's a very difficult area to survive. And TMW Reaper X getting pulled down over here. So multiple players going down as the fourth circle has started closing in. And this is the time when teams on the edge are trying to clear out spaces. And this is the push coming in on Dead Squad. Look at this, Fixers. How are they going to deal with it now? GRX making their move.
They certainly are. And now look at Hadi. He's taken quite some damage, just hiding inside the panic room as the push comes in. And GRX making no mistakes, making sure that they've got this covered. Have finally wiped out that squad without any casualties. Right now, team maxed in a bit of a situation. Well, Wolverine has spotted him off. Rahi does take some damage. Will instantly retreat at the right moment. But Ansi, look at him. He's got that car 98 with a perfect 8 times scope. I think he's sort of recalibrated, made it to maybe a 4 times for himself. But now, as things are, Dread being knocked out right out in the open, it's going to be really difficult, because the players of Unpredictable might just capitalize on the situation.
Yeah, and that is not a good sign to see. Let's see how things are going to shape up over here for the teams towards the south east edge as well, Fixes. Because look at this, Mythical, they clearly know that the compound that they are holding might just not be inside the zone, so they are on that move already to move outside. The GRX is lurking around the corner, and D is in that split. Look at that, how beautifully all these teams have settled just on the southern edge, and with a few teams holding on to the western edge as well, it's going to get really tricky in no time from here.
All right. I mean, yes, of course. But now, Taking a look at Team QWERTY, they've managed to get that one finish, but Khan has been knocked out, so they need to make sure that they get the rest back up. And there you have it. Ace completely just sticking onto his triggers will make sure Khan does not walk out alive. And Khan has always been that sacrificial player for his team, right? He gets knocked out, make sure that the other players completely destroy the lobby. And by destroying, I legit mean destroyer, because you talk about this lad. I think this has been the tournament where he's completely shining to the best of his potential. He's been performing really well, but Voltrux, I really feel, is sort of feeling alone, just being that lonesome survivor over there, because the remainder of his teammates are kind of on the back lines. Now he's kind of regroup with them and then make his move inside the zone. But considering the fifth circle is starting to shrink, and we're gonna see as to where it forms next. But Team Max do have that center area, but they do not have any compounds. As Hakat, he's just spraying on towards Wolverine. Can he connect those shots? Because Destroyer, in the meanwhile, has taken down Rahi, and Wolverine has opted for a push. Now, he was sort of oblivious about Dess's positioning. He's gonna take some damage out from there, but for now, he's safe.
He certainly is, and look at the how Max Esports is trying to survive on that open ridges. But we knew how Destroyer and his teammate Khan would just really want to get inside the circle from that angle. But Unpredictable is also taking some, giving some damage right now. Look at how the players of GRX are falling at this point. This is not what they wanted to happen with them, and this is really not looking good. North Esports, on the other hand, they get eliminated in a different part of context right now. ELM trying to come out in the open, get their space inside the zone, but they're getting shot at. And one more player from ELM Esports going down. So all these teams on the final page, on the fourth page, ELM Esports, GRX, they really wanted to make an appearance here inside the final circle, and they have been denied completely.
Oh, they certainly have been denied now. But let's see what are the players of Predictable really up to. We've got Eco is completely just bleeding out, and Predictable are getting so much done for themselves. And majority has to be behind the fact that they were the ones, they were the early ones, vying out for the chicken. They went in for some rotation. Now we are also seeing Star just wiping out the entirety of Eliminate. Now Star is again one of those teams that we've seen, one of those underdog teams that has really amped the competition. The way they've been playing, I kind of love their gameplay, but I really want to see more out of them in the semis. But Unpredictable still holding on to their compounds, just trying to search out for any prying eyes, right? They do know Mythic is going up against Knockout, and I believe Knockout has been eliminated, all courtesy to multiple teams out there. But Remover having spotted out Team Bablu, who apparently have a high ground and also need to get inside the zone.
Oh, and Team W getting eliminated at this point. This is going to give a bit of a tricky situation for Team W, and they have the vehicles, and that is the only thing that they require right now, because the space that they got to cover is not big, not a very big space. But the area, the terrain out there is going to be very difficult to traverse, and for that they really need some vehicles. And I think this is going to be a similar sort of situation for Team QWERTY as well. Now look at the position of Voltrux. He's headed so far ahead. Even Wolverine is holding a flanked angle, but both the players are outside the play area right now. They need to make instant way inside the circle, and that is going to be a very tricky affair. And while all this commotion is happening, Team 110, that is Rec Esports, is able to get some knocks out there.
They certainly are. And now, Wrecked, well, they're doing good, but I'm really loving what Unpredictable are doing right now. Team QWERTY, they have to sort of gush in inside the zone, and they've got to deal with Team Max right out in the open. You've got Team Bablu also from the sidelines, and there goes one of the players, Destroyer. Definitely not the one you would want to have knocked out right now, but they've got to play with whatever they have. And they were sort of playing from the peripheries of the zone, and that sort of led to them falling out. Now, it's the sixth circle that's starting to close in. Now, this is where the damage really starts hurting you, right? And if you do not have enough first aids, you're basically done. But despite everything, Team QWERTY somehow have managed to get Destroyer back online, and courtesy to all those beautiful smokes that they've deployed, we've got Acid and the players of Team Maxed holding this area, but Team QWERTY any single moment can just push them out. Destroyer just lobbing a grenade, and if he can connect that onto its
Ooh.
Asad, that's going to be big, but rather opting for the push. Has a barrel in his hands. Let's see what happens.
Slowly and steadily, Team Puri is making their way, but Bablu making a very swift move inside the circle right now. Team Wolf has got this nade. This might just be the end of Remover. It's going to land very close to him, and it's going to pin him down as well. Now, Hunter and Shouter are going to be under some pressure. Is Team Bablu going to commit themselves? And the answer might just be yes. Look at that with that first aid button, they're going into the charge. They're trying to kill off the flank angles, but Shroud has been taken out. But Hunter makes sure that he pulls down Team Wolf over there. So that's a very difficult situation for Team Bamboo to handle right now. But Pikachu takes down Hunter. I think they have taken the maximum players out, and yes, Unpredictable have been eliminated out of the compound.
Yeah, they have been eliminated, but right now, Team QWERTY still putting up this fight and kind of completely restricted to one little buggy. That's going to be so daunting for them. But Team Bablu, my oh my, they are stepping up. And again, it's my man Khan 420 who's gone big again, full free. He was just bobbing and weaving all those grenades, but that's just about it. Team QWERTY go down at the 5th spot with just 2 kills. Now Team Bablu, they are the biggest contenders for this chicken dinner. The way they've been playing has been perfect. But look at Cyro. He's just waiting. He's just waiting for the final moment to shine. And if Teen Wolf is sort of complacent about his position, he might just be in for some heavy beating. And now Team Bablu are completely oblivious about Zyroj, who can eventually dish out some heavy damage. Might just take down at least not 1, 2 players.
Yeah, and look at that. Rest of the players from Team Bablu have also committed themselves outside the compound. So Zyro is going to enjoy that bit of a wall inside the zone right there. And that is exactly, look at the angles that he's come up to right now. He's going to get a really good view over there. And if he gets the information correctly, he's really going to hurt Bablu real bad out there. But Team Bablu is making an impact already. They're hurting Max Esports coming in from the western edge of the zone. And look at this now, Zyro. He decides to show his presence and takes down one of the lad only. And I think he just made it too early. So he's got down one, and he's going to get picked off.
Zibian falling off, being unaware. Khan 420 was surviving with a sliver of HP, but this is not gonna, hurt Team Bablu a lot right now. They know they've got the majority of the job covered with Asad going down. It all comes down to Rahi, who's actually trying to go into the V5, but Team Bablu playing the Bucky squad have managed to figure out Khan's position. But that was just one player, and Rahi could not do much as the winner chicken dinner goes in the favor of Team Bablu as they put one more on board. And 16 kills, 31 points. I mean, it's just Bablu having another day in the office.
But not in Miramar, right? So that's the important thing. They're doing good in
Ah!
the area. And the
This
damage,
time not Miramar, yeah.
Yeah, and look at the damage. 2200 damage from is a really good number. 60 kill chicken dinner. That is going to do their confidence a real good. And the fans are going to be obliviated as well. So just the kind of Erangel game that Team Bablu needed, they've got this out here, and they're going to be really excited. And so we, but really, all in all, a decent Erangel game that we witnessed over here. But I'm really feeling bad for those teams who really wanted a big one out of this. Teams like TMW, GRX, ELM Esports, you gotta buck up, guys.
They need to buckle up. 3 more games remain. But let's talk about the final few fights that we had, right? Because this entire map was all about the zone, right?
Yeah.
It was all about the zone, making it shifts and teams trying to adapt to it. And I don't see a lot of teams really making the effort to go on and push. And again, I mean, Khan 420 has to be the MVP. He's been doing this all along, and being an addition to this roster, he's just helping their cause. I mean, this is what Bablu had been missing out on. Now, if we talk about the remainder of the players, well, they're absolutely good. They've got experience, but they needed that punch, right? That is something Khan 420 is providing to their squad. And 1000 damage and 7 kills. I mean, he's just getting better. He's just aging like a fine wine, right? And I think really, if he continues to play like this, we can really put Team Bablu to be one of those major contenders for the titles, because initially, like we've been talking about it, right, the start had been sort of slow after getting that chicken dinner in Miramar in the group stages, but once they hit that 12-13 games marker, that's when they started popping off. They were in the 3rd page, if my memory serves me right, and got themselves back into the 1st page, and now are sitting on the 3rd spot. So this is how good Team Bablu is. Again, I kind of liked what Team Unpredictable put on the table, because you've got Unpredictable kind of being unpredictable again. Now, they had the center spot for themselves. They held on to it. They got as much as they can get, but that's just about it. Still eyeing out for that top finish. But either ways, if you talk about the match somewhere, it's Team Bablu all along.
Yeah, and those are some pretty decent stats for the players from Team Bablu as well. Look at that, highest damage going to 420, and he was one of the players. Just like you said, he's just aging like an old wine. He's also adapting to the new strategies as well. I would always remember him as one of the few players I saw running with an MG3 for the first time, and he was getting some good results with that as well. So we now move on to the match ranking for this game number three on day eight, and look at that, 31 points. We saw a big game, 31-pointer game coming in from I8 earlier in a match, and now it's Team Bablu.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Red, I think they're still climbing up the boards, and considering the situation they were in, I believe yesterday they also played their hearts out. Today also, they've opted for a good start. But teams that were sort of a bit unlucky again, Mythical having such a good position, but getting 4 points from this game, I do not know if it's gonna help them on right now, considering now we do not have enough matches in hand. But now the squad also not having a really decent time this time around. Not Esports and TMW, like you said. I think TMW were playing impressive
Yeah.
yesterday when we got to see them in action. Kurama also pulling off some amazing plays. But that sort of being said, I kind of liked how Team Bablu approached this game, right? They were sort of on the peripheries, just playing around the edges. They made sure that they had that high ground as we take a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moment. So I think this game was pretty much about how you hold on to compounds and how the pushes come. We did not see a lot of commitments being made because there was barely any fight in that early game phase, right? Now, if there's no fight in the early games, you've got a lot of teams clustering up towards your mid and late games. Now, you're going in for the push. You might have managed to take one squad down, but Trooper, we all know that sort of leads to another third party. You're done with the squad wipe. You're feeling happy about yourself. Then you see a grenade coming out of nowhere on you.
That really does happen a lot. But this was a really good cameo coming in from the lad of Star over there, and he got some just 1 point over Team Bablu. But I really like the way they wiped him off and just clear your backlines first and then go in for the final push. And that is exactly what they did. They used the buggy as a bait in the side of final circle. So here we are, the overall standings that matter a lot today because this is the last and final day for the group stages over here. Post game 45, we have I8 leading the charts and Cody chasing them swiftly. But we have three more games that Cody is going to play and I8 is going to play none. Pablo also has got 3 games to play, but clearly they're out of the contention for the top two. But they're getting some good points, and now they are back on the hashtag to reposition with this 31-pointer over here. And freestyle ending inside top 5 for now. Let's see if they can just slip out as the remaining 3 games shape in front of us. But on the second page right now, we have the lads from Random 4 making an appearance over here, Pixel and Team Sky as well. So, we got to look at Dead Squad and other teams as well. So, this is sort of a clustered up mixed groups scenario right now. And who do you think? Look at this. This is the page that matters the most. Recti Esports. They've made their appearance from the fourth page over here.
I mean, this is what I was talking about, right? Now the swords are definitely hanging over the threads, over the heads right now, and well, knockout, wrecked, TMW. Everyone needs to watch out. Now Mythical have been pushed to that last page, somewhere they definitely do not want to be. And for teams like Eliminate, GRX, Mavs, I think the journey is over. Unless and until they sort of pull off a whammy out of nowhere, get back-to-back chickens. But now this is going to be so important for teams like Rect, for teams like TMW, and even Team Eliminate, and yes, of course, that Team Mythical. Right? I think these are those few teams that we need to eye out on, and they need to have good performances. Even for Rect, they've made it to the 24th spot, but they need a few more points. Now, with three more games remaining, and the way they've picked themselves up, I think they can amass enough points to qualify. But then again, it's still going to be really doubtful. You need to make sure that your opponents do not have a good time, because if they do, you're going to be in a whole world of trouble. But right now, ladies and gents, with that being said, we're going to be pushing for a short little break, because coming right after is, of course, going to be the map of Miramar.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. As we are heading into the final few games that we have remaining, and it's just three by the counts. And earlier it was 24 games for every single team, and now just three remains. Now heading into Miramar, we do know, right, one thing that. Team Bablu loves to dominate. So, Trooper, tell me, do you predict Team Bablu getting a back to back, or do you think in this one some other team might just be able to pull
No,
through?
I would predict for Team Bablu as well because I know
You're
what they
playing
can.
safe these days,
Yeah,
aren't you? Now,
yeah, I am. To be really honest,
but you
because
were a patron for underdogs, right? Now I'm
yeah,
kind of disappointed.
no, no, don't be disappointed. I know the team Bablu is doing good right now. They've got the confidence. They've got 31 points from Erangel and heading into Miramar. It's their strong suit, right? So I would just be hoping that the underdogs really do give a good fight over there because there are four underdogs right now. They are under the radar. Rect
Y-
Esports, Mythical, ELM Esports, and just one more team over there that are just lurking around that hashtag 24 mark, and they really need to make sure to get in there to get some cushion over there. And it's going to be a really, really tough contest among all four of them over there. So let's see who are going to qualify or not. But for now, the playing part is here, just from the southern part of Montenuevo. It's ending over the city of FourRebels. So southern tilt on the flight path over here. Let's see how the game progresses from here.
Yeah, even I'm excited to see what really happens because I really want to take a look at where the zone forms this time. Because if it's gonna go north, which it has on multiple occasions, then a lot of vehicular manslaughter is definitely gonna be visible. But that being said, the first game, let's be honest, it was a pretty slow start, right? All the teams, they do know that they've got the qualification inside the semis online, and all right, so this is one of those circles that I think, Trooper, even you've been eyeing out for quite some time. A circle
Yes.
heading towards Puerto Paraiso. You've got Impala in contention, and even those tiny little eastern islands over there. I mean, in my career of playing PUBG Mobile, I have never been over there. Have you been there?
On those islands, yeah, I've been once.
What is there? What do we find?
A bit of a houses, really, you got to loot, but honestly, you don't get a lot of great loots over there. You is really got to start swimming. That is the main concern from on landing on those islands because I landed there, I think, for a good amount of 3 to 4 times, and that was on the same day. That too in classic games, but then there was none when the first circle was over there. So what I had to do was just loot up and just start swimming.
All right. So, I mean, I really wanted to go there, but in Miramar, whenever I head in, I'm like, nah, chuck it. I'm just gonna head into
Oh, look at
Picado.
that.
But we do have some fights happening, and well, GRX definitely are gonna feel the brunt of it because
Well,
considering where they stand in the overall standings, Raja getting knocked out is certainly not gonna help their cause at all. Yeah, you indeed have to, and I think we're just gonna have a little bit of technical glitches. I'm pretty sure that Trooper is gonna be back in no time. But now, if you take a look at Team Knockout over here, so the first game that they had. I mean, did not really quite go like they wanted. But again, this is one of those teams that has done major of its labor work to get enough points in those mid games, right? They've had their good days, but today was not a good start, and they certainly are wanting to change things around for themselves. But now, Hunter, let's see what he's up to because dropping off at Los Leones, this is something that you would anticipate that the zone sort of shifts on towards you. Now, Draco, He's got his M249. So we're seeing that popularity of this weapon, been increased by tenfolds. Now, we've had this conversation multiple times. Even with Ocean, even with Trooper, with every single caster that I get to cast with, and everyone sort of did not like the weapon initially because of the lowered reduce rate after making it a common loot. But then again, teams having such a massive ammunitions option for them, now teams are just spraying through and going in. So that is definitely one of those cases where this weapon really shines. But taking a look at how the zone is formed and how teams have to rotate, I really do not see TFW even inside the map feed. There's so much onto towards that western side, just looting over that ruins and trailer park area. They're going to be coming in, but it's going to be a long rotation. If they sort of go for a northernish side rotation, then that is going to really help them out. Now, Team KO, with the way their position, if the zone sort of shifts in their favor, it's gonna help them out, or else they're gonna have that opportunity, even that avenue to go in quickly and take some hillside compound.
I'm so sorry, Fixes. I don't have Kong over here, so I'm just back here.
Ah, it's okay. We all have those days, right? We live in troubled times, Trooper.
Yeah. So let's see what is happening inside the game. Just outside the city of Los Angeles, we have Dani on our screen. He's looting up with his teammate up south with him. So that's a pretty big city to loot up, Fixes. So I'm pretty sure you have landed inside Los Angeles, right? Have you ever, how much time do you think, uh, or what sort of a loot, how would you just define the city of Los Angeles?
Los Leones, that's where the rank pushers head, right? They're gonna want to have a slow start, and never with me, because Los Leones, I might just go there if the zone forms after I'm done surviving at maybe San Martin or Picado. But then again, I'm not really a huge fan of big cities, because if I had to face urban warfare, I might as well play Vikendi or a lot of Erangels, right? Miramar is where the brave men go in, because that's where it's the open fields. You need to rely on your aim, not really have to focus a lot on your enemies hiding inside the small little compound. So I'm not really a huge fan of that place, but I would love to know your opinion, your take on Los Leones.
Lost, like as a player, I feel like I have never landed inside Lost. To be really honest, it's a really big city to control, and in a competitive game or even in a classic, I might have this to complete some missions. I believe maybe sometimes, but not in a competitive game ever. Like Lost, it's a city where multiple teams come in, and I like to control the city where I land with my team and the IGL, and I always want to control the proceedings. So maybe towards the northern side of the map of Miramar, that is where I like to go. There are multiple cities quite close to each other: Cruz River, Torre Ahumada, Campo Militar, Tierra Blanca. Those are cities that I head towards. But when I look at Los Llanos, I'm like, how am I going to control the windows? There are so many angles over there, and it's absolutely not possible for any team to control the entire city of Los Llanos.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel the same, It kind of, there are few compounds that become really important, especially on the northwestern side. You've got that hospital kinder compound, which is really difficult to push. If you sort of have control over it, you can go. But right now, we do see the players of Max just peppering down a few bullets onto its Pikachu, this time over onto its Khan 420, just trying to damage their vehicles, and if lucky, maybe connect a few headshots. But at such ranges, this is where we sort of witness that bullet drop coming out from M4, right? So you
Yeah.
really need to be precise, even if you're trying to spray. But now Dread opting for an Uzi, that's kind of a interesting choice of weaponry, because we've seen the popularity of Uzi sort of decline over those recent patch changes, where we've seen Tommy Gun, the likes of Amp, really picking up the pace.
Certainly, and that buff was really needed on the Ump and Thompson, to be really honest. But now, usually, the disadvantage is now coming into play. Earlier, with the kind of impact Yuji was giving onto the players, onto the enemies in close range, they were so people were sort of just denying that it has a drawback, and the drawback is if you don't connect the first bullet, the magazine is going to just go out in no time, and you might just lose in your magazine without knocking the player in front of you. But that is not the case with the control over the fighting speed over there. You actually have a good control over where you are shooting right now, and that is why I think UG has been a little less popular since the buff 1.45.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Uzi had to be gassed out right now. Now the way players are approaching the game, it's completely different. And earlier it was about that glass cannon damage being dealt out, right? At the close range scenarios, it used to be absolutely explosive. Now, if you had an extended quick draw, but I'll get back to that later because we've got Hasni taking down Professor now. Search, you're not at the right amount of HP over here. I don't think he can provide enough cover fire. He needs to heal himself up fast. But Test, they definitely have gotten a good off peak that they would have wanted for themselves. As Hasni is just going to get as much loot for himself. But the first airdrop coming in, the Krotza with an extended quick draw mag. So I think this is one of those things that is really essential once you're using Groza, because Groza offers you everything, but comes with that one little trade-off where you have that little bit of a reload time. So in close range combat situation, it kind of gets a little bit dicey for you. But either ways, you've got Des kind of feeling themselves. But look at the distance that they need to cover, like almost around 1600 meters.
And look at the recoil control on that M4 with that 6x on that distance. It used to be a really difficult thing when the PUBG Mobile really started. But now look at this. Every player has sort of mastered this art so brilliantly, and now to bring some good results. I like the confidence of him shooting at the vehicle, the passing vehicle, and only when the vehicle went out of sight, that is when he decided to stop that spray.
I mean, uh, right now, M416, we have seen this happen from quite some time, and I'm not a really big fan of this weapon. It's so common. Everyone sort of loves to use that, and even I would do the same if I were playing competitive, right?
Yeah.
Better be safe because it's really a safe choice. Now, we've been, uh, talking about the nerfs being made. The damage had been reduced, a little bit stabilization changes, but still, that this gun is so overpowered now. Teams, everyone sort of rely on this kind of a bread and butter gun in PUBG Mobile because the kind of versatility it comes with. But then again, that being said, it's basically a jack of all trades but master of none, because for every particular scenario you have got a better weapon. But the only reason why teams opt for it is because of that versatility. You can engage on that mid range, you can engage even on that long mid range, and even the close range. The fire rate is absolutely amazing. So yeah, again, there you see, it's so easy to track down. It's just Leon messing things up because in a running vehicle, you need to make sure you have to place your crosshair just a little ahead of where the vehicle is moving. So as to kind of nullify the movement being made and your bullet hitting at the right spot. But whoa, whoa, what on earth are we witnessing? Now, this is something, Trooper. I was just, asking if you've actually visited onto where it says island, and guess our prayers are going to be answered today.
Oh my god, oh my god. What are going to be the strategies? Because I am absolutely perplexed right now. I don't know how to put this up because if the next ship fixes goes towards that island once again, it's going to be a commotion. It's going to be a swimming session race out here over here.
I mean, oh my goodness. I did not know. I'm getting so excited right now. I really want to see how it ends out. But Team Eliminate, getting the better out of the players of Team Star. But I think Team Quirty up in a bit of pickle over here. They're going up against Team Mythical, which is kind of not in a really good spot for them because Team Mythical, they do have the compound to help them out. But look at QWERTY, they're way too much in the open, and Voltrox, he barely has an HP to survive, and Wolf reaches parking is buggy. All right, what is he up to?
Out
Oh,
in the
he's just
open,
waiting for
but he's
Voltrox.
not getting shot at. What is this happening?
There's no opening, right? There's no opening
Okay.
from that area. Finally, they've figured out. They've first found a window just to spray through. But till then, already Team QWERTY avoiding that particular situation.
Wow. I really thought that he was visible and not getting shot at from that angle. I was just wondering what sort of a cover is that smoke giving him out there. But now purely inside rotation, where are they going to head? Because what do you think? Everyone is going to head towards that eastern shore right now. And look at that! We already have players who are sprinting out there.
Oh, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts because we're going to be heading off for a boat ride and a lot of fishes in the water, a lot of fishing to be done, and just going to see which teams do that. In fact, that squad. All right. So, Exotic getting picked off by Zameen, who had been explosive yesterday. Could not really go big in the first game, but this man, he's determined for bigger things in this game.
We were expecting a race, right? And that was clearly happening over here. GRX leading the charge, but look at that. North Esports making sure that they are not participating in the swimming contest. They are still hunting down. They're out for some fishing, not swimming. They're out for some fishing. And let's see if they're going to get some good kills over here. Look at those top shots from Daku. Where he's trying to find and get a bit of damage and see if the damage effect is visible there or not. A drop right inside the water over there. So clear indications. And look at this next ship picture. It has left the entire main island completely. Wow.
Uh, Oh my goodness. This is it. This is it. I'm done. I mean, the gods of PUBG Mobile, they've blessed us with this ludicrous circle. Now this is where, Team Bablu is going to be tested because Khan 420 has been taken down of the equation. So many teams have to rush in, have to make sure that they get on the other side of the island, and Max, they're just getting the better out of Team Bablu with Khan 420 finally being eliminated. But this is where things are getting interesting because GRX have sort of made it to the island, and
Yeah.
now all they're gonna do is sort of deny everyone else's entry. You've got Ghost peppering down those bullets onto its Hassan, but he's not revealing his position just about now.
I just hope they have enough bullets pixels GRX because they are in for a treat. The position they are right now. But look at that, 110 DS. They are heading for a different island completely. That's a different race. And we have TMW following them. So a lot of exciting things happening that you don't see on a regular basis. And look at that, players getting picked up from TMW as well. People are not allowing anyone to go out swimming. And DS, look at that, they're also holding up. But the fourth circle has started closing in, and all these players who are lurking around on the edges right now, they would soon be out inside water because they got to make their way inside and towards the islands. Those two little islands that are part of the zone right now. Northeast Sports now they are out swimming, but GRX they're really going to return some favors out here to Northeast Sports.
Yeah, they're certainly gonna do that, and they've been waiting for this moment ever since. And the only team to have capitalized over this entire area, it's gonna get so much interesting. So many fishes in the water, and it's just upon Team GRX as to what mood they're in. Right? You need some grilled fish. You need to have them roasted. You need it to be a steak. Everything is up for you. But well, everyone sort of is closing on GRX. I mean, it's a kills galore. All they have to do is make sure that they've got their players alive and just deny. This is basically a chicken dinner gifted to them. Team Bablu will finally be the ones eliminated at pretty early on because this is something no one really anticipated in the wildest of the
Oh,
dreams. As Dread, he's gonna take the plunge. Apex, or in fact, it's Rex. He's also gonna do the same.
wow. And this is an amazing match that we were watching right now. They're going to survive inside the water over there, but DS officials, they got to be sure because the blue zone is coming in from behind and they got to leave the island ASAP. But look at that, they are lads from Dead Squad still looking around over there. And I see multiple players from Dead Squad over there, so that is going to give them a bit of a time. But Tony getting picked off over here. Team Mythical also get eliminated from the game after Team Bablu. This is an interesting game. Looking away. Look at that. Now, Khan and Rutrix have made their way to that island over there, but still a lot of action that is developing on this eastern shore of Miramar right now. And now, finally, some of the lads have decided to go swimming. But is it too late? The play zone is going to give them damage, and look at Leon. Look at Leon over there. He's just fighting so hard against the play zone. What do you think, Victor? Is he going to make it?
Oh my goodness, he's almost barely. Look at him struggling to swim. And well, Team QWERTY, they've done it. They've done it. You've even got the boys from North Esports. I think taking that longer rotation, sort of making sure that from the backlines they could make that possible. But Voltrucks just peppering down bullets. And Leon, well, we're gonna see as to how long is he gonna survive.
I think GRX have sort of missed the trick over here. They were the first to reach this island, and since they've allowed other teams to come here as well, it's a mistake coming in from them. They should have been aware. They should have taken the northern edge of the island as well. But now, look at this. Look at this fishing session that is being executed by Cody over here. Voltrix making sure to get some kills. There are a lot of. Look at that landscape. Everyone is sort of swimming towards the island, and they are being denied to get over here. Why did you go in for a late rotation? And they are being punished out here for it.
Oh, they certainly are, and it's getting so exciting right now. GRX still being the king of the hills, king of the islands, having the best spot, and even Team QWERTY, they're just hanging by the whiskers. But as long as they can get a lot of kills for themselves, they're going to be happy. Voltrox taking down Dread over there, as Impulse will try to get his player back up, and Hasni. In fact, Hassan is just swimming in, just about to get picked off. Has been spotted. Now the moment Hunter steps out for some oxygen, that's where Voltrix is gonna strike. And look at Tony, he's still alive. He is still alive. Now Darku spotting out Hassan has done some immaculate damage. Just waiting for him to come out. That's where he's gonna meet his makers. And Team Star, they are also gonna be taking the exit, but oh my goodness, the cojones on Death Squad. Look at their HP for a second. Tony and Leon barely having anything at all. And finally, Tony's gonna fall. Now, Team QWERTY is making such amazing maneuvers, making those moves over here. But again, we've got two islands in contention. The action is getting even more piping hot.
We've got 3 island sixes. There's a small bit of a chunk as well over there.
Oh,
so that
yes.
is going to be very interesting. Where is the circle going to go? Look at the lads of DS right now, just lurking around the edge over there. But GRX Esports, they really got to maximize now. This is a golden opportunity for them, and they have got no kills. No kills. They were the first on this island. They are looking around on the last page, and this is an opportunity seriously missing out. But on the other side, Unpredictable have been eliminated. North Esports losing player, and look at the shift. It has gone completely towards that other side, and there's a little bit of an that island that was looking around in between these two chunks that is also getting a bit of a part. But that far eastern island is now going to be the place where these lads are going to start swimming.
Oh, all right. What are we witnessing? Oh my goodness, this is insane. This is absolutely nuts. What is happening on Earth right now? Now GRX, they have to get in. Now QWERTY somehow had managed to hold off that little island, but they're being heavily damaged by the others. Oh my goodness. Drake, they've made it so far. This is the game that they're looking out for. Impulse going in for a job. And well, he's made it. He's made it. He's safe. He's sound. But how are they gonna get inside the circle?
Oh, it certainly reminded me of the league played over there. Look at North Esports. They're also out there swimming once again. What are you worried about? Why are you holding on to the covers? Just go out on open beaches and shoot at people coming towards you. That is what Wrecked Esports has got to do. One more team takes the dust over here. Does not take the dust. One more team gets drowned over here. And look at this. There is Wrecked Esports. The team on this island. They are not going to allow anyone to come on this island now. Let's see if they're going to get successful or not. This is Zamin taking some fire now. Earlier he was doing the fishing. Now he's the fish over here.
Oh my goodness, there you have it. DS getting the better of Khan will take him down, and Team QWERTY being eliminated at the at the 6th spot over here. And this is where Team 110 needs to make sure that GRX do not get onto the island. But no, North Esports have already done that, and Denver is fallen. I think leaving this just the last player alive. But Impulse, he's also made it. So GRX, despite all those difficulties, they've been there on all those islands, but TS from Wrecked still does have a very promising location for himself, still hiding and letting all these teams fight it out.
Wow, and look at this. Still a lad on that island, which is, I think he's the solo survivor over there from Death Squad. He's decided not to go anywhere forward towards this side. So we have got three teams already over here. We've got North Esports, we've got GRX holding up, and you got to give kudos to GRX. They made sure they got all the three players on that earlier island as well, and now they've got three players here as well. So they've really done some good swimming sessions out there inside PUBG Mobile, and they're executing it quite perfectly out here. But you need kills here, you need points to go ahead. So make sure you decimate North Esports right in front of you. Now we are back to some action where the guns are involved, and these lads have got to get some good points for themselves. The utilities pinning them down. They've really got to find some good answers to this situation.
But look at Leon, man. He's been from just being on 1 HP, he's back on 100%. But he still needs to make it inside the zone. I think he's just gonna go in for that healing battle. He's done. He's this is enough shenanigans that has been pulled off by the PUBG Mobile gods over here. But right now, Impulse and Sufyan, they've got to deal with North Esports. Now, North Esports did not have a good first game, but now making sure that in Miramar, they would want to have their hands on the chicken. But Killer, I think he spotted the better out of Leon, and finally will end his misery. But it's going to be DS who gets the kill.
Wow. There is still some more action developing over here. The twist in the tail is still there. Let's see what is going to happen over there. This is left peak with that info red dot, but the push is on here. Killer trying to get this. He's got one knock over here. Now Mage sort of trying to put the pressure on him, but the plans of GRX are sort of turning the tides in the favor in this final series fight over here. But look at that, he's being taken by the flank there. Zameen over there, so able to surprise his last player. Killer sort of trying to handle the situation. GRX badly lead this chicken dinner in their favor. And are they going to get it? The answer is no.
So finally, it all comes down to a 1v2 situation. Look at DS. It's just swimming in through the waters, trying to get inside. I do not know if that was a good decision. I do not know if he'd sort of anticipated that, because I would have loved him to, take those rocky areas, because now I believe Zameen has figured out where he is. Yes, those shots being taken at him. Now, this is something that North Esports have secured for themselves. This is something that they're feeling confident about. But DS, he's back on land. He's able to yield his weapon. So it's going to be interesting. He's just waiting for the right moment to strike. And, well, anything is possible.
Yeah, and the lads of North Esports, they're aware, right? They know all the possibilities because they've cleared out this entire area right now. So look at Zameen, he's trying to clear that flank angle. And yes, what on earth are you trying to pull? He's going to get shots there from the right peak on that gun, and he's going to get eliminated from the game. But North Esports, wow. North Esports, they decided to go swimming so late, and still they managed to get the chicken dinner out here. This is a mistake coming in from some of the lads of GRX. I believe they shouldn't have never allowed North Esports to survive inside water over there. But a 15 kill chicken dinner in a game fixes. What a game have we witnessed over here?
I loved it, every single bit of it. Yeah, but a lot of things to be covering out in terms of what really happened, right? GRX were holding that other island, the first island that came in.
Yeah.
But what I really loved out of Team QWERTY and North Esports is they did not go head on, right? They rather took the longer route, went from the back lines, and that is how they managed to get this safely. But it was still the boys from Rekt who went to the other island were holding on, but did not have enough numbers because they had so much to deal with in this crazy game of PUBG Mobile that we just witnessed. And even afterwards when everything sort of was confirmed that yes, the zone has shifted. Now this time it's going to be on that particular island. I think that one little fight where North Esports just goes in and takes down GRX. And that is where I really felt, DS, had he just poked in inside the fight, but then again, he was just trying to play it safe, because we do know how important all these games are, and securing that second spot is definitely going to earn him so much points. Now, taking a look at the MVP, it's going to be Zameen all along, and Zameen yet again. Now, this player has been impressing us by aeons. I mean, every single game he comes in, gets a lot of good frags for himself.
Now, this is a find, really. I never knew there was a Northeast Sports Zameen who existed, but after this tournament, I'm going to keep an eye on him. After this group stage, I'm going to keep an eye on him because he's really going to perform well inside the semi-finals as well. And look at that, 8 kills, 772 damage. He's definitely one of the best from the Pakistan region, and let's see how is he going to carry and take his team forward inside the semi-final and the finale because really, if you have a player like him, you've got really got good future over there.
You certainly have, and you're talking about how things went around in this match. Oh, I've just got to take a pause because so many things happened which we can't really explain, which we can't really describe as to how the
I
games
guess
went
fixes.
on.
I'm sorry to cut you off. There was needed the longest distance swimmed inside this.
Exactly,
this
exactly.
game.
A lot of new factors were needed in this game to break it down, but either ways, well, I'm really surprised. GRX, they were the first team that made it to the other side, and all they could get was just one kill. I mean, this is where you need to start being a little more wary as to how things go and how things work because if it were some other squad, I mean, they would have gone for like at least 6 or 7. But then again, Team Bablu not really being able to even go for the swimming spree. But a lot of teams could not do that, and this time we're not going to be critical at all for all these teams because yes, apart from GRX, they had such a good chance, but it was a ridiculous circle, a really the kind of circle that literally blew my mind off.
Absolutely, and it must have blown the mind of all the IGLs as well, all the 13 and to 14 IGLs. Where to go, and what is the IGL going to call, and where are they going to head? All these factors were clearly a very important factor in this game. But when you look at this game, it started off with Lost Winners being a part of it, with there was Puerto Parasio being a part of it. So those two little chunk were sort of sitting out in the open, resting out in the open without any presence. But with that big third shift, we clearly had an idea this was going. A lot of teams were going inside water over there. And Alex, as you mentioned, they really should have capitalized over there. Look at that. Those spray, I think they had a really good opportunity to make a mark in this game, and they have clearly missed out over here.
Exactly, that is this is what I was talking about, right? You have the best spots. You need to make sure you've got enough kills, and eventually it was not Esports that just came in from the back lines and got such a good spot for them. And Killer and Sufyan, they tried their level best. Now these are the moments where you need to have your pre-fires up, right? Because DS, the moment the smokes were deployed, his position was pretty much compromised. He was not in a position to engage against anyone at all. But now, taking a look at the overall rankings, well, I mean, Team Bablu, they're just going to be sitting around that third spot only because look at the difference that has been created. Now, Team QWERTY, they had a decent game in this one again, but considering the likes of them, you would expect them to get a lot of chickens. But North Star, Max, they're all looking good, neat, all looking comfortable. Now, with just 2 more games remaining, Trooper, it's going to get so much more exciting. But, what I'm really eyeing out for, and I know the same goes for you, the third page.
Absolutely, that is what I'm waiting for at this point. But Random 4, look at that. They have made it here onto the space. So that's a really nice opening for them. All these teams, they are sitting so comfortably unpredictable. We knew right from the start of the day that they were going to make it to the semifinals. Quantum Rage, not from these group, but they're also here with 169 points. So it looks a pretty decent lobby for semifinal stage. But the important thing is who else is going to join the 16 teams. Looks like Team Knockout still just holding on to that 24th position. Rect Esports have sort of got a cushion for themselves. CMW making their tries. I think that 140 mark is going to be the clearing factor over here, Fixes.
That certainly will be. Now, all right, so 130. is where
Not enough,
KO
not enough.
knocked out Art. But Rec there is definitely climbing up, and now this is so good for them, right? Now, if they can sort of topple over lost Esports or maybe FourRebels, that 146 or maybe just hit that 150 marker, I think they might be able to be a little bit safe. But
Ooh.
GRX Esports, I mean, this match was so important for them, and if they could have had a few more extra kills and then gone big in the remainder of the two games, could have been better. But Team Mythical and Team Eliminate, I think the chances for them to qualify are kind of dwindling down, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, they need a chicken. It's plain and simple for Mythical and ELM Esports right now. Get a chicken, and then you have your chances. Otherwise, it's curtains for you as well. So ELM and Mythical are going to be the teams that we are going to really keep an eye on in the upcoming game.
Certainly, and I mean, they have to go big or they go home. No two ways around it. I think everyone had equal opportunity, equal chances. 24 games. I mean, I sometimes wish in my competitive days, if I had that much matches to qualify, it was barely 3 or 4 games. You go to the finals or not. But right now, ladies and gents, we're gonna be going for a short, quick little break, and we'll be right back with the game of Sanhok.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4J, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's really time to head inside the action right away. You guys are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro, hashtag Book Up Your Fun, as we are heading into the penultimate map of our evening and the final Sanhok of the group stage. And Trooper, what are we expecting? What are we looking at?
Well. I'll be keeping a close eye on teams like GRX right now. We'll be keeping a close eye on teams like right now. Let's see what they're going to do because there's a big competition happening between teams like Mythic because they were also just lurking around that hashtag 24 mark. So all these teams are going to be under the radar now. And let's see what they're going to make the most of it. As we saw, North Esports, they were getting some good points out of the last encounter in Miramar. Zameen was there. He was just making sure that he got a lot of kills over there. Something with GRX missed. And inside this kind of an opportunity is when you have a higher ground, that's a very good advantage. And when you are on land and everyone else is sort of swimming, you got to make sure you capitalize the situation. What an amazing final circle we witnessed there inside Miramar. But coming back to the game here inside at our hands right now, we have got Rect Esports. They've certainly made their way to the final page from the fourth page of the overall standing to the third now. And they're just ready to keep that position going for the next two games over here. This game, this upcoming Erangel. After that, I think it's just semifinals for Esports.
Yes, I mean they've had this Cinderella story going in for themselves. Really, I mean this is something that I do not encourage a lot of teams to do so because you're heading in, you sort of playing and resorting to those last few matches, right? Now, had they been consistent throughout, they would not have been in this situation. So, but. Right now, I mean, still in those learning phases, teams will definitely gather up the experiences, Rupa. But what we do see in front here is Team Eliminate going up against 110. That's going to be wrecked. So one good thing, I think we are witnessing some targeting. Are we?
These are teams that are fighting for that hashtag 24-23 spot right now and fighting it off by themselves here inside with guns out here. This is going to be really amazing. This is the Camp Charlie that they are contesting there right now, and it's going to be a really important collision to execute. Let's see. 110 Professor, you down. ALM Esports Vision holding a completely different vision over this fight with that flying position of his, and I think he's going to make an impact. Let's see if he gets another knock going his favor.
Let's see. As Eliminate, they are really pushing in. They are looking all determined to just foil the plans of Rect, and now they've got nothing to lose. So that's the push of their lives. But Sergio, he's gonna play the best moment, the best action he's ever done. And right now, with Professor being taken out of the equation, it all comes down to DS, whose position apparently has been compromised. But Rect, they need to get the hell out of there. But that's not gonna happen, as Vision having that really good spot for himself as Sergio still somehow trying to, keep his team in contention over here as they're subjected to some heavy pushes as it gets one more. Does have the vector over here as Ripper trying to form another angle, but Ripper is taking quite some damage. This is where Sergio can go big. This is where he can hit hard. This is where he can take down Ripper and turn the tides in his favor. And he indeed has done that. Oh my goodness, Trooper, what are we looking at now?
Wow, Vision. He's just turning the fight over here. Let's see what he's going to do. And he's going to hold that revive now. Ripper and his teammate Swagger, both in here. What do you think, Pixels? Are they going to get away from this?
Now, this is the moment, Sergio needs to get that revive onto its DS really quick and fast because Team Eliminate, the numbers are again piling up. Now, Rec cannot engage in this fight. They somehow need to escape, need to get the hell out of here. DS does understand this fact. They know they've got that room, they've got that opportunity. Just go away. Do not have to revive, do not really have to heal themselves up. My apologies, but they need to find themselves a safe haven. And Sergio, is he caught? Is he stuck? But whatever may the case be, they are running for their lives. They are running for survival. But Sergio definitely has to be the hero over here, having managed to secure DS. That was really good. Now we were talking about the other players stepping up, and Sergio doing that in the right nick of time.
Wow. What a fight just to kick off Sanhok. This is the penultimate game for the entire group stage. And now the teams are sort of trying to get that position, just trying to squeeze themselves inside the top 24. And all these teams just looking around. Look at the 11. They have no clue. They have no clue that the lads have retreated and retreated so quick that they are out of the city completely.
Eliminate. Their plans completely getting foiled over how things really went off. I mean, such things are so exciting to see. On one side we have one team struggling, on the other, they're just barely, making a run for their lives, and it's gonna get even better from around here. But we've got Team Mythical. They're safe and sound, just looting around Paradise. Nothing much to worry.
Yeah, but they've got much bigger problems to deal with, Pixels, right? they gotta
Yeah.
they gotta find their way back inside to the page number 3 over there, because otherwise this might just be the end for them. So holding on to the paradise, yeah, that is something you're doing correctly, but you gotta be aware that there's a team just looking around, and that is Team Cody. I believe this is the strongest team inside this playing lobby right now, inside the 14 teams that are contesting over here, and I really feel Mythical is up for a big challenge.
They indeed are. And now Mythical, I mean, what are the options that these lads have, right? Because Team QWERTY just looming over them, and it's going to be any single moment. Now, the best part with Paradise is you've got a lot of hiding spots, right? A lot of angles to play around with, a lot of corners that if that remain unchecked could be really devastating for the team aggressing. It's so easy to defend, but then again, it does come with a lot of cons as well. Now the way the players of Team Mythical are positioned, they're way aloof from each other. Now, for Team QWERTY, all they have to do is make sure that they isolate the players. As Test, they're also moving in. So if Test and QWERTY sort of push together in tandem, I think Mythic is going to be in a whole world of trouble.
Yeah, but this is making their way in. And look at this. He's got eyes on him. Once he's prepared, you're going to take that shot. Where are you staying, my friend? And you're going down. And this official is going to make sure they're going to capitalize on this. And this is a big mistake coming in from the lads of Mythical. And clearly, that tells you the reason, Texas, why they are here on page number 4 of the overall standings.
Those small little mistakes. I mean, if you're opting, to stay isolated, better be good solo, or else you're just gonna get doomed. Now, that's exactly what's gonna happen with Break. He does know that he's been spotted out, and Team Test is pushing. And I think the players of Team QWERTY must have heard all those ruckus happening around, so they also would want to have a piece of the pie. So they also might come in any single moment. But right now, with the way things are, let's see what these players are up to. We've got Met and Rafe, both these players trying to get up close and personal. But for now, I think Team Test is just kind of pretty much chilling around, just waiting for another mistake being committed by Team Mythic.
Well. Team Mythic, you really got to be cautious over here. There's official just lurking around. I think those shots. Oh, but is that TMW just also just around the corner? Yes, GRX, TMW, Dead Squad, and even look at Gordy, how close they have come to Paradise Resort now. So a lot of problems there for Team Mythical. You were mentioning fixes. There are a lot of hiding spots inside Paradise Resort. I think they got to head towards them, and that is the only escape for them at this point.
Yep. But now this is where Des have gone in for the push and break. I literally can hear his heart pumping, so much blood, adrenaline injecting inside his body. He's scared for his life. He knows this game is really important if he needs to ensure the qualification of his team, because they've been thwarted off that little 24th spot that they had been holding on for quite some time, and they need to get some results from this particular map, or else they're just done. But there's, just pushing in like a pack of hyenas, and making sure they've got every corners checked and cleared before they enter inside the main Paradise Resort areas.
But GRX have a different story to write, and if they want to do it, they got a chicken dinner to get here. But look at that mythical Ansi. Oh, I think that's from a little quite earlier. But look at this Woltrix now. You need this skill. You need this skill. Come on, seal the kill. Come on. Is he going to do it? Is he going to do it? One more tap. One more tap. No, he's going to get denied over there, and that kill goes to Killer. Okay, that really does go to Killer. Eventually, that is one kill for them. That is exactly the exact number they managed out of that Miramar game as well. So let's hope they can actually pull and get some more kills out here against in this Sanhok game. But we're going to keep an eye on GeoX, but they really need those important 15 points out of the placement section. Otherwise, I think so for them.
It might just be. It might just be. But take a look at Team QWERTY, right? It's such a bad spot right now. I was really thinking, they'd be going for the compounds, but I think they were sort of going off for a push, and they just got caught off guard. Now with Dead Squad and Team Mythical right around them, you've also got Des Official, so it's going to be so much more trickier. But I think Khan has got that perfect high ground advantage, as Myth is going to charge in along with Hasni, and trades are being taken back and forth as Khan needs to enter inside the battlegrounds as
That's
Coffin finally, the final nail inside the coffin being put over there, and Team Mythical have been eliminated at the 14th spot with no kills, 0 points from this really crucial game.
That is the end for Team Mythical, I feel like. And to qualify from this point onwards, they would need at least 15, 16, or maybe around 20 points in the next game. And that is going to be a Herculean task,
Yeah.
considering they've got 0 points in this game and they got to enter the final game and get a chicken dinner. Maybe that is going to be a really, really tough ask from them. But let's see if they're going to do it or not. Only time will tell. But for now, it is time for GRX to get something good out here. And look at this, Khan. Ooh, he almost did get it on his crosshair, but I don't think he was able to spot that due to the terrain of Sanhok over there. So he did not really rally the spray.
All right, so Team QWERTY haven't really been looking pretty sharp today, because they've not really been hitting their shots, and have been caught off in those off-guarded situations. But Team Bablu finally get a piece of the action, as they've managed to take down Leon. But again, GRX just holding on. They're not letting Team QWERTY walk out alive, but Bablu, they're in for the push. Khan 420 being taken down by Hadi, but here we have Tony still trying to put up the fight, does manage to take down Dani and Pikachu and Zibian. It all comes down to these two lads, but Tony with a sliver of HP has managed to pop that first hit up in time, and GRX, they're applying pressure from a different direction, but Tony gets one more, leaving Zibian just a final play, and well, he's been spotted out, and this is the moment where Death Squad are actually thinking of lobbing a few more grenades and finishing off Team Bablu. Now that's going to be a big squad wipe. Zibian barely surviving with a sliver of HP. I do not see any HP bars on this man.
Even I don't. Oh, and why is he not using the first aids over there, or the
Doesn't have any.
yeah, I'm sorry, or the bandages over there, that is going to give you more HP quickly. So let's see. Even some kills have been picked off by the lads of Kuwadi who are just lurking around the edges of the compound right now. So this is going to be a very tricky escape for Zipian if he does manage to get the escape from here. But I really like the way how his teammates were moving from cover to cover. But that squad, they really made sure that did not allow them any sort of escape, and they have punished Team W quite badly over here. And eventually gets eliminated. That is Story with his M4 that gets the final blow on him, and that is the end for Team W.
That indeed is. I mean, this is again something that's not going to hurt them, right? They're still going to be having that third spot cemented for themselves, so it's fine. This is something that Team Bablu can really afford to live with. But talking about living, Team Quality, three of their players being taken down, just two kills out of it. Now this is all up to Khan. Now we do know that this player is capable of a lot of bigger things, but Khan, I think he's been spotted down by the players of Test. He's got the players of Dead Squads right beside him. It's going to be really tricky as to how he intends to exactly defend the position. But I think all he can do right now, all he needs to focus right now, is getting a few more kills.
Yeah, he certainly needs a few more kills over there, but let's see how he's going to deal with it because the next circle is now about to pop up real quick because this one is shrinking real fast. And let's see, there's a team looking around towards the southeast side as well. That is the LM Esports. They really need a good game going. GRX need a really good game going in their favor. Mythical missing out on the opportunity. We saw them, but now let's see how these other teams are going to perform over here. And this is going to be a really, really important encounter in the final circle for them. We are here inside the 16th minute mark. The fourth circle is here, and let's see where it shifts.
Let's see. It's going to be really interesting. I mean, you've got this shift towards the northern areas over here and Mongnai. So you've got Unpredictable having a really good spot. But you've again got that one little compound, between Team Star and Unpredictable. I think that is where Team TMW might just move in. But look at North Esports. They're taking that northern route in for themselves, and I've loved, and I'm a big fan of how they're rotating really. And towards those really end days, I think that's where North Esports really picked up the pace.
Yeah, they really did. They really did. This is going to help their confidence as well because these are important games for North Esports, and the way they have been performing lately fixes all this confidence is going to add up, and it's going to square up to be really honest and help them. But look at this Max Esports now turning their heads and finding a rotation being executed from GRX Esports, and they are being picked up right now, and no one has been eliminated completely, but there is a player who's been knocked, and GRX have to sort of stop in their rotation and do a little bit of regrouping, revive a few players, but they managed to get towards the southern edge of this zone. And let's see, they're keeping an eye on the outside. They're looking out for some pixels from the opponents closing in. But Sufyan, he's going to close in real quick inside those wooden houses, and somehow GRX is still playing a four-man squad.
They are. And GRX, the previous game was so important for them. They basically just they did well in terms of overall, match points from position, but in terms of kills, they could have done way better. But Team Khan does manage to sneak one kill out, just sniping out the player. Not really exactly sniping, but I hope you get the term. But now, I mean, TMW finally just pushing on towards the players of Test. And TMW, they've also picked themselves up really well. They're looking in that safer territory, but have the players of Test right in the crosshairs. Hasni out in the open. Marlega is going to take a few shots, but not a lot of damage. In fact, not any damage being dealt at all.
Yeah, and that is the point of concern for them, for Team W. They're also not in a very, very spot to be really honest. They really need to work out with it. Because I feel that if Nate, I think that just rebounded off the tower, otherwise that would end to him if he had. Like, but he gets a knock over there, gets killed as well, and Khan is going to knock him down, and his teammate Mid is going to end the proceedings over there for him. He had a fairly good squad, to be really honest, but now his teammates are sort of coming inside, and let's see what they are going to do here because it's going to be a very difficult situation to control. And where are the other teammates? And you don't want want to take fights in this situation, it is not a good idea to do that. And look at that. They're taking up fights in single digits. And where are the other teammates? Where is the support? I am finding a lot of difficulties for TMW over here.
Me too, 100%. I mean, the way they've been playing, they gotta do better than this. Now, Kurama being taken out of the equation, it's so much burden on Marlega. He needs to get his teammate back online. Now, we've got the players of Eliminate finally just going after Team Maxed Esports over there. But I really want to see, how things have ended out for Brecht, or how are they really doing right now. We haven't seen much out of them. They're certainly trying to go in for those rotations as Chaos is completely broken up. Des finally going in for the push. Kurama healing up at right nick of moment. And Meth is just going to get that one knock. And he's got the second even on towards Marlega. Make sure that gets those 2 kills as Des, they're kind of stomping in through the lobby. I think the last surviving player over here is Reaper, who apparently is just proning in. He's got no dirty business to deal around with. And he intends no harm to the players of Des.
Yeah, and this big knock coming in from Ripper as well. He's been playing a really decent game right from the start of this game, and now they have pinned down the lads of Knockout just outside the play area right now. They're doing an excellent job gatekeeping them from entering inside the zone right now. But once again, fixes, look at the position of North Esports. They are finding themselves so beautifully stationed inside this next circle. I think they're going to pose a lot of problems to all these teams who desperately need some good points going their way. And now, Sufyan, the last surviving player from CRX, he's under a lot of trouble.
Oh, indeed he is. Now, there you have it. Sergio being taken down, and well, Rek, they've been trying, they've been doing whatever they could, but Khan, he's still alive for Quirty. I think he's got a lot of first aids to work around with. Rekt have finally bitten the dust, but those 2 kills, I think that's acceptable. I mean, considering how their start was so devastating, but kudos to Sergio. But look at this circle shift. Now, Khan has his final first hit being popped off. He's not even visible on that minimap being enlarged in front of us. He's got a long way to move, and I don't think he's going to be able to do that. So he does realize he sprays around widely, maybe just hoping to connect a few shots as he falls down, leaving us with the final 4 teams.
Wow. That was a really wild spray, to be really honest. But let's see what Northeast Sports is going to do here because we are down to three teams, ladies and gentlemen. Northeast Sports have got all their 4 players controlling the circle from the northern edge right now. Star making an appearance, and these teams are already stationed well inside the rankings that are going to go towards the semifinals. So no problems for all these 3 teams out here. Uh, they're still going to gather some good points and confidence out of this encounter, but clearly it's not going to make an impact on the lobby that is going to be the semi-finals. So clearly, GRX, Rec Sports, and Mythical, they've all missed out on a very crucial opportunity.
Yeah, they certainly have. But North Esports again eyeing out for that important chicken, as in predictable will be lobbing at Zameen, who apparently manages to stay alive as Taku, who is getting up on those kill boards. And we have seen him in the top kill leaderboards, right? He's such an amazing player, and he's been the pick of this tournament. And all right, he spotted out Jin. I think he's just going to spray around on towards him, but failing to connect. Now he needs to pop that first aid. He knows that there is a team right in front of him. As unpredictable, they're making that push from elsewhere, as the nade is going to do some decent damage on towards Jin God. But God Fury is going to respond back with a nade of his own. And I think Daku has spotted this one out, but it's going to land right at their face. One player being taken down. How on earth is Beige even alive?
And he literally ran towards the nade to catch it, to catch the blast. Maybe he could have gone towards the other side, but now Mage has first aid popped in, and look at that, God Fury making that push. Mage is going to be under a lot of lead right now, and he goes down on his knees. 3 players standing from Star right now, and the lads are unpredictable in a flank position. 2 lads, Zamin and Ghost, still in a flank position. This is not looking good for Northeast. And suddenly, look at Star there. Something has gotten inside them, and the way they are controlling the flank circle, they're putting up a really good show over here.
Absolutely. I mean, the way they kind of, trying to push in, trying to get up close and personal. I really like this outing from Team Star. All three players in just that one position. But I believe, one of the players of North is going to get that res back on towards him. And I think it's going to be Zameen, who's apparently knocked out and will finally patch himself up. But things are not really looking good for Mage. He's way out in the open. Team unpredictable. They're just going to make the move, and they've kind of surrounded the players of North, but still, the players of North are putting up a fight. Just the last player, Remover, surviving in a 1v2 situation. Now, if Mage makes it into cover, it's going to be done. It's going to be a 1v3, and Remover's position is very well known. But then again, Remover has this slight upper ground chance on which he can rely, but he needs to do something right now because if nothing gets done here, it's pretty much over. And Mage also getting the res back up. We are definitely looking at a back-to-back for North.
Ooh, definitely, we're looking at the back-to-back here. And look at this push coming into Ghost. He's going to go down quite easily without even a single knock in his favor. I was really surprised how Star went down over there. It was looking that this game is going to go towards them for a moment there. They really got North Esports down, but could not stop them from getting this back-to-back chicken dinner. What do you say, Fixes? This team is on a hat trick now.
Yes, this team is on a hat trick. We're entering into the final game of the evening. Let's go! But now, I mean, talking about this entire matchup, like you mentioned, I really like the movement of Star. But then again, that's the problem, right? When you've got a cluster of players just behind one rock. And once your position is compromised, you're basically done. Now, all North had to do was sort of play the waiting game, right? They had to wait for the Star to be, toppled over, and that's when they knew it's just against unpredictable, and it's a kind of a 2v1 scenario. And even Mage, for God's sake, got the revive. So it was a 1v3 towards the very end, pretty much sealed. But again, I mean, what really set North Esports apart again in this particular game is the rotation inside the circle, which I absolutely love. But talking about the MVP, has to be Khan, right? I mean, the way this player has been performing, initially is the first player to get knocked out most of the time, but when he survives, make sure that he gets the MVP title for himself.
Yeah, he certainly does, and look at that. That's a pretty decent number on his part, and a lot of healing done, to be really honest. But that's the reason why he was doing the heal battle outside the play zone. So, a good game coming in from Khan. Daku also getting a nice outing for himself. God Fury, I believe, was looking really impressive in this game, and Team Star has always been in the midst of things, and let's see how they're going to perform in this final stage because that is when I think they're going to be tested really well because
Yeah.
from there, top 16 go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with the semi-finals kicking in, I mean, just day after tomorrow. So I think, to be honest, Rupa, I'm loving the kind of picture that we're looking at, right? Now, the teams that weren't really performing initially have stepped up really well towards the end. Now, we know there are few teams that have been consistent, like the top five. They've been doing good every single game. But now, the teams that were somewhere in the mid and towards the third page, they're also picking up the pace together. Now, this might not be a really big chicken dinner like the one that North got for themselves in Miramar. But again, this is a very important one because after this, now they're sitting on the third spot. Now they've toppled over Team Bablu. I mean, that's not going to make a world of difference. But then again, for this personal satisfaction, this is certainly helping them a lot.
Yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is, and this is also helping them to prepare for the semifinals because that is where I believe the real competition is going to start for these teams. Look at this. There has been no sort of a pressure for a lot of teams out there today. In the last year of the group stages, right? And we are only concerned about the teams on the last two pages, right there on the page number 4, and they're also not putting up that big a show which we were expecting. But
Yeah.
when it is going to come down to the filtration of 16 teams, it's going to get really tough for some big names as well. So I'm just waiting for that moment. But for now, just one more game remaining. Let's see how are we going to narrow down into the top 24 here and right head towards the semifinals.
I mean, it could have been a really more interesting story if Mythical could have gone big,
Yeah,
right?
really.
Because that was the only team that's kind of in close contention, but that was not the case. As we take a look at the
Okay.
Oppo F19 Pro moments over here, as
Actually,
yeah,
actually, yeah, fixes. But Mythical, he just scoped in over there, right? He just went a bit towards his right hand side and he fell over there. That is why his scope went in a completely hayward situation and he could not get that knock over there.
yeah, I mean, then again, Trooper, like we both know, right? Imagine you've just got two games. You were sitting at the 24th spot. You've been thwarted off. The pressure being the key
Yeah.
word over here. I think that had to do with, a lot in that particular case. But look at this. I mean, the way Team Star approached over here, that was good. But eventually got Fury. Also got that one good knock. But then again, after that, they completely just melted. And taking a look at the overall standings, here we have North Esports clinching that spot for themselves, the third spot. Just pushing Team Bablu a bit, and maybe a chicken dinner might just help them as the boys are on the route to get their hat trick. But I8 and Team Quirty, like 357 points, 348. Had I8 played those two games yesterday as well, I would think they could have been untouchable. But yeah, if Quirty and things with a chicken, I mean, I think they're pretty much solid to go. But as we move along further, unpredictable, they're also in safe terrain, safe territory. Same goes with the Test. The Billy Boys have also made it. Courtesy to those last-ditch efforts. But the next page is something that we're eyeing out for.
Look at that. Team Sky there on the page number 3. Legion TMW out here. 140 is where Rec Esports is hanging on to and on to the
Oh,
hashtag 24 part. But Mythical needs 17, ELM Esports needs 17, and NFPxTact, they are out of the contest. GRX need 34. So they clearly need a 19 kill chicken dinner fixes. That is the maths.
and no, that's not where the maths end, right? That they,
Yeah.
they need to make sure that
They
they
kill, yeah.
take down that team over there. So I mean, with the way Rect have been playing, I don't think that's possible, right? Uh, I somewhere have the feeling that I think we have gotten our top 24 teams, because
Yeah.
the kind of a performance that we are looking at from Team Mythical, I do not know if they can actually get 17 points from the last game, but maybe time might just give us the answer. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading for a short little break, because we'll be right back with the final game.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4J, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just that one last game remains. And well, we've got quite some storyline going along with this. North Esports, the boys are on road to get their hat trick of the evening, and it'll be the third hat trick if they do get it, right? So,
Yeah.
overall in this tournament. So, now if we have to talk about Erangel, of course, I've got to welcome you guys. You guys are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro, and I've got to head in to the storyline that we have in because, like all good things, we are ending over in Erangel. Now we've seen, in Erangel, it's a game where anything is possible, right? And considering how things are going around, so many collisions are gonna happen. But before we head in, a huge shout out to our network partners. That's gonna be Song 4G to make this event possible. Of course, they've got some amazing offers for all you PUBG Mobile fans and even other mobile esports. You just need to get their network and never face ping issues ever again.
Yeah. Coming back to the game, here, it's from the Georgia Pole towards Kamishki, a northern shift, a northern tip of the main part over of the flight trajectory. Let's end things with a military symbol. What do you say?
Military circle, no, 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 trooper, no troop. This time not military circle. We've had enough. We've had enough of that. I think
Okay.
I think something like Stalberg could be really nice. What about
Oh,
it? What about
yeah,
Stalberg?
that works for me. Why not the island? Why not the spawn island into equation? We got some interesting things
You
going
are really mean. You indeed are. For God's sake, the teams just got over a ridiculous Miramar zone. I mean, the last thing I would want is a small island to end things out.
Stalwart, Kamishki, and the spawn island. Oh, but okay. Okay,
Okay.
I'll work with this. I'll work with this.
Yeah.
Both the bridges in equation. That means some early rotations. Let's see if we get a bridge camp over here because some teams are looking for some desperate points, and are they going to try hard for it? That is what I want to look out for.
What I'm eyeing out for is teams to go YOLO, right? It's the last game. A lot of teams do know if they had to qualify, they would have qualified. Even Rect is now kind of feeling a little bit comfortable, right? They've got that 17 points cushion. So I think if they can make it to the top 10 or maybe with 3-4 kills, I think they've kind of cemented their positioning. And this is a game where I'm going to expect some big frags. I think the only team that's going to be playing under pressure will be North Esports because you are on
They
a
got a hat
streak,
trick.
you need to get the hat trick.
Yeah, they got a hat trick to chase. But let's see if that is going to happen or not. But look at this early rotation. So already the vehicles coming into play. Let's see what the teams are going to do over here. And look at that. Daku, he's been caught alone here. But do the lads of Dead Squad have an idea? I don't think so. They're just moving away. And Daku is going to patiently wait out and watch them go away from the compound. It's a very good near escape for him.
Indeed, it is, and I mean, well, Daku, I think he has impressed me the way he's been playing. I would love to see even bigger games from this lad, and not esports. Now, I think a lot of Pakistani fans would kind of agree with me on this. This is a squad that comes with a rich past, right? Um, they've been there in the scene from pretty long. They've had their own share of ups and downs, and finally here they are in the national championship, representing their banner and wanting to represent the region of Pakistan in the PMPL. So yes, the winners, of course, do have that route. So yes, there's a lot on line. $30,000 prize pool. Yes, it's something that would really entice me. But I think it's the chance to play at even bigger stages. That is what is fueling all these players' emotions.
Yeah, that really does. That really does. And when they get this opportunity, they really got to maximize it. And that grind is constantly going on here. So three teams, only two teams inside this Poland and Poland right now, and GRX being one of them. They've got knockout pretty close to themselves. It's a big city to control here. What do you think, Fixes? Is GRX going to go all in? Because otherwise, they have this everything is lost at their end if they don't get some good points out here. It is, or are they going to go for a similar situation what NFPxTact did inside the bootcamp area?
I don't think so because even for them to just qualify, considering how they've been playing in the recent past, it's too far fetched for them, right? To get so many points,
Yeah,
and I think they've had their chances. They've had their chances. Like 24 games, you can't really ask more than
honestly,
this, right?
honestly.
I mean, it's too much. It's too many games to sort of kind of filter out the top 24. And I mean, top 24 out of 31 teams was not even that much of a challenging task. All they had to do was be consistent. But I think they've had a decent start so far, managing to knock out Hunter. But I believe Hunter is going to get some cover for himself. But Upsa just trying to smoke off the entrance of the doors. I mean, really weird one though, to be honest, because there's no purpose. You need to, all right, so you're self smoking. You need to make sure you've got a part smoke as well. How on earth is your teammate gonna make it at you? Oh, all right, so now
Oh.
that's also a way to do it, right? Just drop off from that building even when you're bleeding and still get revived.
Yeah. Okay, so what do we have here? GRX trying to engrave the team of knockout over here. Then this is a very big city to engrave someone, to be really honest. Not a lot of open spaces, a lot of houses, a lot of areas, a lot of compound cover over there that is going to play their part. And look at that, the revive has been executed now on knockout. So I think we are saying goodbyes to GRX over here uh, by,
Exactly.
by, by the end of this game.
Yeah, pretty much. Because, the way Team Rect is playing, I don't think they would want to give up on the game, right?
Surely,
Now,
surely.
Impulse, we gotta see as to what he's up to. He's done pretty much some damage, but this is it, right? This is the looting phase. Now, this is where GRX are engaging in combat. Now, on the longer run, if they do not get this squad wipe, they're basically done. But looking at Team Wrecked, they're absolutely shredding their opponents, already having secured that one extra point. So, this is how they are going to be cementing their way into the semi-finals. But the journey just got started from here, because from semis towards the finals, only 16 teams are going to be making it. So Red really need to pull up their socks.
They really need to, and the kind of performance that they have been showing inside the group stages is not going to help them go inside the finals. They're certainly going to make it to the semifinals by the looks of it. Yes, that is what we are heading towards. But you never know. We have still got two more teams that we got to look at. ELM, they needed 17 points, eliminate, and Mythical as well. They needed 17 points, and then maybe there was a bit of pressure that they could apply on a team like Rec. And right now, we are watching a pretty silent lobby and not a lot of action that has developed so far. So I'm going to be pretty interested where Rect is and with the kind of situation we have on our hands. Two bridges inside the zone. So let's see. You never know which team is going to get caught off guard and get eliminated. So I'm really excited how this game is going to go ahead.
Yeah, me too, 100%. I mean, the way things are right now, we've got GRX sort of still holding that area of Yasnaya, and the circle. Like the circle has to make some really, really nasty turns, right? The circle has to go south. And talking south, we do not mean just military base. Maybe towards those edgy shores that we have. Maybe towards that western edgy shore of that Mesusnovka Island. So that's going to be interesting. But right now, we've got the players of Test right in front of our screens. They've spotted out Team Bablu, and they've got Sepian over there. Now, Team Bablu, they started this game in a wonderful fashion, but those past couple of matches haven't really gone their way, right? In Miramar, let's just say, let's be honest, it was not their mistake. I mean, the zone, that could not be helped. But in Sanhok as well, they were kind of in a very dicey spot. Uh, so being unlucky in terms of their positioning every single time, but this time they definitely are going to be eyeing out for the chicken. Let's see if they can have it, get a back to back in Erangel at least.
They certainly will. They certainly will be trying to do that. But look at that. Clearly, Khan 420 is spotted. And a Khan from Death Official. A lot of Khans playing in this lobby, to be really honest, Fixer.
Yeah,
But
and we love all of them, right?
yeah, we certainly do. They're all impressive. But let's see how Khan 420 is going to do with this situation. And oh, look at that 420! He just made a little bit of a peek out there, and this official can't make sure that he gave some damage over there. So let's see. Even referee is concentrated on the same race, so that gives an opportunity to the other lad if he knows it that he's unspotted over there. I think I believe that is Teen Wolf and Zivian as well. They can just play a different sort of game over here, but this flank is going to be really dangerous. That is upcoming their way. But Fixes, what do you think about this gun?
Right now I'm not even focusing at it. I'm so
Oh,
impressed by the flank that were made by the Des players over there. I mean, if that really goes in their favor, Hasni, he can get some easy kills, and
yeah.
that's going to be 4 kills for him because Teen Wolf is out on the waters, and I think Hasni has spotted one Sibian, and this is where Team Bablu do realize that they might have been doomed. And such sort of shaky decisions I do not really applaud because uh, Team Bablu is one of those teams that does have that experience, in playing these certain circles, right? And just heading inside the waters right from the early game when you already have a team pushing on you, and that's not a wise choice.
Give damage to that boat. Come on. If you want those 4 kills, you gotta like pre-cook that boat under this situation. But I don't think he's going to do that. Let's see what North Esports is doing. We are towards the Rose. Okay, I really wanted to look at Rect Esports. I really wanted to know where they are in contest game. Have they rotated? Are they still about to rotate? Because clearly, look at this. Max Esports holding on to the lighthouse area over here. This is the military bridge that we are witnessing. This is the entry through the military base bridge over here. And look at this. That is being controlled and it is being damned as well by ELM Esports. This is the team that is looking out for points and they've really got found a really nice spot inside. And look at that, Red going into warfare against unpredictable. That is the fight I want to go to right now. But Cody getting some kills over the lads of Star. This fight is not of that importance as if you're considering the overall standing. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, of course, and nothing can be denied in that. But right now we've got a bit of
Oh,
an
element.
engagement again, and then I mean, Zyro and Star. I think it's something that these players can live with, right, Trooper?
Yeah.
Because well, Star has done majority of the brunt work during their mid games, right? When they were some sort of sitting at 10 to 12 games, there was one evening where they had made it into top three in every single game. So that is how good this team actually is. But
Look,
surprisingly, rather interestingly, Bablu has made it towards the other island.
and
So
look at
the
Rex Fixes. I'm so sorry to cut you off. Look at that. They do not have vehicles. They have the blue zone to deal with.
oh,
And look at where North Esports is rotating from. That is a very interesting encounter for Rex Esports. They might just head for an early elimination Fixes. There is a possibility for that. But let's see if that is going to happen or not. I'm really sorry to cut you off over there.
I mean, it's completely fine. You had a point. Even I was, looking at that. And then again, this is something that they could afford to do. But something what Knockout can't really afford right now is getting knocked out. And with just 3 players remaining, one of the players from the backlines just anchoring it out along. This is so important for GRX to commit in for the push. They know they've got to go big or they're going home in this one. But look at the crossfire being set up by Danny and Hunter just deploying this constant smokes. But both these teams need to understand the fact that they have to get it inside the circle, which is already 1300 meters away.
Yeah, and that is going to be a very important thing for them. But let's see if they're going to go all in here because I don't see two teams leaving this compound to be really honest. And the way Knockout have a player inside a flank position right now, Draco, he's taking the damage there. Oh no, he's not taking the damage. He's inside the play area, and the kind of flank that he's holding up right now definitely is going to play a big impact. And GRX are in trouble right now. They really need a big gun game to get out of that compound.
Oh, they certainly have to. And taking a look at Team Mythical, they're in a whole world of trouble, which is Coffin being the last player alive. I think their stint in the PMNC is over, but right now, taking a look at GRX, so much hesitance from their side. Hunter in the panic room, Danny playing around the balconies over here. Now, this is where the damage starts ticking in. Now, they have to decide, they have to make some move, or else they're basically done. But considering the fact the way these vehicles have been parked, they've just been blown up. So it kind of rules out the possibility for GRX to actually commit in for the push. But no, they've found a way out, and right now pushing onto with Dani. Vacha just makes a quick little entry, just leaving out his teammate over here all along, and he's gonna be taken out as well. So KO knocked out. They're out of this game. So sad little story for them. But I think still, in terms of how they're positioned, they might do well.
They are just on the 23rd spot. Fixes 142 is was what was the total score that knockout got. So if Mythical or PNM Esports can get 17 or 18 or 19 points, they are going through, and that is the scenario, and that is very much possible with ELM holding the military base bridge right now. They are in contention, so not only wrecked, even knockout can go out, and this elimination for knockout at this point might just hurt them, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Team Maxed, they're sort of entering in, and well, Coast. All right, he's up for a merry ride, but eventually will just be stopped right over his tracks. And all right, another knock for Rahi. And well, Team North Esports, they always get close to their chicken, but Rahi, my man, getting three knocks, and wow, North Esports out of this game. But still, I mean, again, denied the hat trick as we're gonna see a new champion.
Yeah, and we are now quickly getting inside the zone number 4 over here. But look at that, GRX losing on to players and Killer going down to the play zone. This is not looking good for GRX. Certainly curtains for them out of the tournament over here, and this was on the lines as well. Max getting some important, but look at this. There's another team, and look at that, another knock coming in. So this was the sort of game I was expecting anyone to play from out of the two teams, Mythical or ELM. This is what I was expecting out of them. Already 5 kills here for Max. They've got 2 players who are still alive in this context. They are playing a wonderful, wonderful last game inside this group stage over here.
Yeah, even Rect bowing out, and I think they had trouble right from the very start, right? They kind of got that kill, but like you had mentioned, that they did not have any vehicles, and I think they were too late to find one. But we do have the battle that everyone is eyeing out for. It's Team QWERTY going up against Team Bablu. Now Khan is going to start things off with just lobbing a little grenade, but he's been spotted from elsewhere, and he's taken some damage. As Teen Wolf has got a beautiful angle onto its Khan. If you know, Team Bablu can succeed in getting this knock, I really want this fight to be between these two teams only. I do not want any third parties happening, because these are the two big teams in the lobby, and they've got a rich history and some kind of a friendly rivalry going on between themselves. So I really want this fight to emerge out as Khan is just gonna wait a little bit, just patch himself up, and then again get back into action.
Really, really fixes. That is going to be an amazing scene. But if ELM or Mythical make an appearance, that is going to be even better. I can see Swagger out there. He's just alone. I just really want to know how many teammates he's got alive, because it's a really, really important game that ELM is playing for them right now. They're both on the same point right now. QWERTY making an appearance now, but multiple teams inside the vicinity fixes. You might just not get your fair 4v4. Yeah. Because look at that Vision Ripper. Look at the amount of split onto the lads of ELM Esports right now, and where Ego is all 4 players holding on to 4 different angles, and this is going to be a very interesting affair for ELM. There's a lad finding inside the factory right now. Hunter is might just be on the receiving end of the nade, or not maybe, but let's see. All these 4 players playing in a split situation, clearly with just 7 teams remaining fixes, they are in for a big game over here. Might be a turnaround in the last and final game.
And this is something I really did not want, right? You know, Team Bablu will have to dealing with another team, because now Khan has gotten that opening. He does not make any mistake in taking Zipian down. Now Team Bablu in a whole world of trouble, considering they're taking 2 different fights with 2 different teams. And against a team like QWERTY going up against them, you need to make sure that you've got all men stationed at them only. But team eliminates. Egoist again going big and manages to take down Dani. I think there's just that one little player that's going to be Khan surviving for so long as Team Bablu. They've been eliminated at the 7th spot.
And 3 kills for eliminate fixes. They are heading where you don't want them to. Ranked is under the radar. Knockout is under the radar. And look at this, Ripper trying really hard with a mini out here. His teammate is in a different flank position, but look at this. What do you think, Pixels? Can they make this miracle run over here?
I mean, they can, but eliminate right now, which is 3 kills. I mean, I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible because look at it. Team QWERTY, they're still inside the zone. They've got a really good position. They've gotten 6 kills, and I'm pretty sure the boys are hungry for more because every single day they come to play, they at least get a chicken dinner to themselves, right? There hasn't been a single day where QWERTY aren't looking sharp. So I'm pretty sure that this time maybe QWERTY is going to end things on a good note. That squad, they're also comfortable in terms of the kills that they've got and the points in the overall standings. But this shift, Trooper, this shift. What are your views on this one?
Oh, I think this is the perfect storyline that is happening for ELN right now. They were clearly not in a favorable position in the previous circle, but now the center has shifted and even QWERTY has got to rotate. So that opens up a possibility for mistakes coming in. QWERTY is making their way inside, but TMW holding the circle beautifully right now. Wolverine has made an but Swagger goes out. Can't picks him up. This might just not go in for eliminate the way you wanted, and your predictions are on point fixes more often than not and see what is happening to eliminate. I really feel that if you could have just opted for eliminate over here, might be they could have done things a bit differently.
Yeah, they could have, but this is how the cookie crumbles, right? For eliminate, things are not looking really sharp, but let's see. Considering how this zone has really panned out, I think the players of Death Squad have spotted out the players of TMW, as Leon will just be rattling down some bullets at the players, but nothing really connecting, not some big damage being made. But right now, QWERTY has been spotted out. Now it's going to be such a difficult entry inside the circle for them to successfully just barge in. They have to make sure that Death Squad is fighting off against Team TMW, and considering the fact that Hunk does have that MG3, I just want to sit down and watch him rip through the squads.
Even I want to do that, but I want to watch Clem go away with the chicken dinner. I don't know how. I don't. I want to come back inside the final stage. I don't know who's going out, but if a team is flying hard, I want to see them go to the next stage. Ripper in front of the entire squad, and look at that! Oh, he got even. I think Wolverine got. Wow,
All
disaster
right.
has just experienced.
Yeah, the thunder has struck, and with that being said, Team QWERTY, they are going in for the push. They know, they see those kills, and the boys, once they start feeding themselves, they love going big. And again, Khan making sure he gets that one more knock, and Ripper again being that lonesome survivor. This is the moment where Team QWERTY actually need to go in for the push, right? This is the moment they can be actually fearless and make sure Voltrox is destroyed. They're just providing that cover fire, but Wolverine in turn is making sure he's gonna lob a few more smokes just to try and flush out the player. As Death Squad, they've got an MG3. How many MG3s do we have in contention over here, Trooper? But look at this zone shift, just heading towards those military hangars. So it's gonna be so much more interesting. Honk having such a ridiculous position as Monlega is just gonna spray in through. This is the moment he comes in from behind, just rips through the squad, but Exotic is there to spot him out, and TMW, oh my goodness, they had the chance, but they completely messed things up. But what a wonderful push by that squad, being vigilant about their territories.
Wow. Elimination coming in for a lot of teams over there. That is an amazing scene to see. But let's see if that squad is going to completely annihilate over there or it's going to get annihilated. Yes, BMW completely sort of putting that squad under the radar right now. Leon at a very tough spot. And this nade Kurama might just be there. Oh, let's see. And that is the end for that squad. What a placement of the name there on that pixel. TMW make sure that they show that squad the way outside. But look at that. ELF inside the top four. There's just one lad is still surviving pixels.
Eliminate. I mean, that's it, right? They're not making it because even if they wipe out the whole squad, even if they get the chicken dinner, I don't think they've gotten enough points. But maybe they still want to go down valiantly as the
That's right.
Knights.
Make it run, get inside the zone, and he is going to get inside. But just go, bro. Just go, bro. Stay crouch and get some kills, baby. Oh no, he gets spotted. He gets spotted. I thought that backstab was architectured perfectly.
I mean, this was ought to be happening, right? You going up against QWERTY, they do know they love to keep the counts. They know that they knew that they were kind of wiping down three players, so one more remained, and they knew the moment they're going to be closing in, someone's going to come in from the back lines, and Wolverine was stationed just for exactly that purpose. Now that leaves us with just the final three teams. Now it's TMW going up against QWERTY and up against well, unpredictables in a Mexican standoff where Hunk has taken quite some damage. But I really feel, TMW should end this game with a chicken there. I mean, the kind of plays that they've pulled off, they deserve it.
They really do. They really do. The MW, and that's going to they're going to take a lot of confidence ahead into the semifinals. But Hung goes down here. This is Cooley sort of planning things a bit differently. Fixes. You predicted them having a chicken dinner and ending the entire group stage with a chicken dinner under their belt, and that they're going to level up with I8 as well. I believe I8 have got 8 chicken dinners out of the 22 games that they have played, and they've got Cody have got 7, right? So how can that rivalry end?
Yeah, leveling up the playing fields. I think with this performance, they're going to be toppling over I8 to be the first spotted team. And right now, the way things are, unpredictable have made it so far. But can they, cross over the finishing line up top? So that's the big question. Haven't really gotten a lot of games, so they do not have their hands hot. Now there's a concept about being having cold hands, right? You've been silent for the whole game. You've got a team that's shredding through squads. The other team does have that momentum, does have that kind of an advantage over you. But I think this is where TMW they're going in for the push. But QWERTY also making the movement. Destroyer coming up close with his vehicle. It all comes down to how Remover is going to be holding himself now up against two different squads on two players. It's going to be so difficult for them.
It really is. It really is going to be difficult. But who is going to go away with that chicken? Now Destroyer trying it. TMW somehow holding on. This is somehow a king of a hill situation. Texas with 3 teams just lurking around the edges of the exact same bridge right now. This is still who is going to go away with those 15 points. There's a lot at stake right now, but let's see who's going to go away.
I mean, right now, I'm loving what Team QWERTY are doing. The way they've deployed their smokes, ensuring that every single player gets inside the circle. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. That's it. That's pretty much it. Now, the only trouble in their way is that they've got to deal with TMW, and I'm really scared of that MG3. But there you have it, Hunter getting that initial knock onto its Khan. Now, this is the right way to start things off. Now, if TMW also chime in inside the fight, I think they can absolutely just shred through QWERTY. But now Remover being taken down. This is where Khan gets that breathing space since Reaper is pushing on towards Hunter. If he can confirm those kills, they are basically done. But Reaper not really having the exact HP that he would want to be with. And Khan, of course, will get that revive now, making things in a really interesting 3v3 situation. Kurama does have that high ground advantage. Let's see if they can pull this one off.
Wow. Kurama is playing an amazing game right now. But Wolverine, look at that. He's somehow trying to give that damage to Kurama. And this is a very difficult spot for Kurama to be in. And players coming in from different directions now. Look at that. That's a knock coming in. Hunk goes down this time. And Kurama is eliminated over there. That is the end, and Team QWERTY go away with the final chicken dinner of the group stage of the PUBG Mobile National Championship 2021 in Pakistan region, and the 13 kill chicken dinner. They're going to go right on top over there at the end on the #1 position in the last 10 final game, overtaking I8 for the spot.
I mean, look at the faces, right? You've got two players who's just smiling, and then you've got Khan who's really angry, and he's like, "Guys, I am here to win. I'm here to dominate, and you've been saying a lot of things. I'm here to shut you up." And that's quite a way to do it. Get the first spot, get the chicken dinner, and everything again comes down to this one player, right? He's always been at the front lines for his team. He's always been that one sacrificial player, but if he tends to survive, he makes sure he gets the MVP again. I think it's the second time he's gotten it in the day, and I think back-to-back MVPs, because even in Sanhok he was just the one
Yeah.
player. But what really won them the game was, of course, those decisions being made. And again, you've got to applaud his IGLing in that case, right? There They waited for the right opportunistic moment. They saw that this is an opening on which they can and they must capitalize. They sent in Destroyer, made sure that he had those smokes being used for himself, and then he let the other teammates come in. Now Khan got picked off in that trifecta we had, but again, TMW just going in for the push on towards Team Eliminate. They kind of on towards Unpredictable. I'm sorry. That kind of eliminated the chances, gave enough time for Destroyer to get that revive on towards Khan. And again, once Quetty are back with the numbers, they did not shy with 28 points. And from this one little game,
And I really feel for ELM. 11 points they got out of this one. I think they're going to miss out by 6 points out there. And those 6 points are going to haunt them and the IGL for a very long time, to be really honest.
it is, of course. But, Rect again getting 2 points. So they're going to be, they're still qualified, right? And before this match, we exactly had this sort of conversation because we knew the top 24 teams had sort of been decided up until the point that, if the players of Mythical, GRX, or Eliminate kind of go for a big whammy.
Yeah, wonderful. And let's go towards the Oppo F19 performance of this last and final group stage encounter that we just witnessed. And Mythical, I really could not spot the moment that they got eliminated. And I was just hoping that they were there inside the final circle as well. But yeah, they got an early exit. They were eliminated from the game. And after that, it was just Eliminate who was just going to maybe sort of go for that comeback scenario, but really did not happen. The bridge was scammed. It was scammed beautifully by Max Esports. I would have really wanted ELM to be in this spot and then maybe go with that extra 5 or 6 kills that they got on the bridge over here. And that was really the way to go on as well, fixes. But really did not happen for ELM under the situation. But inside the final circles over here, TMW sort of making an impact, but QWERTY getting the numbers in there inside the final circle and making sure that they go home not only with the chicken dinner but also with the #1 spot inside the group stages after game number 48. We are done with all the matches,
Yes,
ladies
sir.
and gentlemen, and QWERTY is the team on the topmost spot over here.
Yeah, of course. That is something that we did anticipate, right? But
Yeah.
again, had the team, had Team I8 played 2 of their games, that could have been a completely different story altogether. But then again, you talk about the other teams over here, and top 24. This is something that I'm waiting for. Rec, they've successfully made it, and well.
Look at this, fixers. Knockout and Rec. They both go through with 143 and 142 points with their name. And ELV Sports with 134. So they got 8 points. They got 8 points in the lagging. Mythical not going through. GRX Esports missing out. NFPxTact missing out. CF missing out. Mavericks just gave up and Renaissance didn't show up. So all these 7 teams are going to get eliminated here from the Pubg Mobile National Championship Pakistan 2021. And we are going to go ahead with 24 teams inside the semi-finale stage.
Yeah, of course. Taking a look at the kill leaders, of course, has to be the big man Crypto himself, the way he's been performing. But like I said, the find for this tournament has to go towards Daku and Zameen, because Wolfrey, Destroyer, we've seen them in the past. They're amazing as well. But yes, Destroyer, I think this is where he got that kind of a limelight that he really deserved, right, as a player.
Yeah.
Because you talk about Team QWERTY, you're talking about the likes of Khan, you're talking the likes of Rahman. But now Wolfrey and Destroyer getting the kind of recognition that they deserve. But I'm really impressed with how Zameen has picked himself up in this sort of a tournament, right? He's been phenomenal, and entering into the semi-finals, the action is going to get even more piping hot. But taking a look at the overall kill leaders, of course, you've got to give ups to this lad Khan 420. The way he's been contributing for Team Bablu. But then you have Uzum, Johnny, Twinda, everyone sort of opening up. But then again, surprisingly, we've got another player from Death Squad. It's Tony that has made. So I've got to keep my special eye on this lad as to how he's going to perform in the semis.
Yeah, he really deserves it, and to be in the names of where around the players that he's right now, it takes a lot of effort, and from the entire region, I think it's a big effort coming in from Zamin and Tony out there. We got to keep a really close eye on both these lads once we are inside the semi-finale stage.
Of course. Now, taking a look at the day report, we've got, as of course, has to be a QWERTY end with how things really worked out for them. But it's, of course, the boys from North that did get the highest kills, the back-to-back chickens. Even Team Bablu started off really well. And, the best part about this tournament so far is initially, once we started off, it was the big teams, it was the big
Yeah.
guns that were getting all the chickens. It was all a I8 and a QWERTY show. But as things went ahead, as things went towards those last pivotal a few games, this is where the remainder of the teams really picked up the pace. And I'm talking about, the likes of Rect, even the likes of TMW playing out of their minds, and the Billy boys. We can't really rule them out. I
Yeah.
mean, had they not played out of the minds yesterday, today would have sort of been a dunzo day for them. But they've played really well, and now have sort of cemented their spots in the semi-finals. Now, for all our viewers that are interested, let me tell you now, the top 24 have gone inside the semi-finals. Now, when you're going into the semis, you're going to be sort of segregated into three groups. You've got a lot of games going to be playing, and the top 16 qualify for the finals. But that being said, we're finally done with all our matches for the evening. We're going to be taking a day off, and we're going to be meeting you the day after with the semi-finals too. So, with that being said, time to bid you all adieu. Good night and have a good time.
What's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.